more time. The Rollingwood City Council will come to order Wednesday, July 20th at 6:02 p.m. And we will start with roll call. Ms. Brown, you'll start us off.
Present.
Alec Robinson.
Roxanne McKee.
Phil McDuffie.
Sarah Hudson.
Gavin Massengill. All present. We will come to order and move to budget workshop.
What's up with that?
Everybody with us? All right, we're going to kick off with our
Well, I'm not even getting that.
latest budget workshop council. And for those following along at home, if you'll recall at the last budget workshop, we laid out and reviewed all of the general fund 100 as well as the departments in the general fund, which constituted administration, development services, sanitation, utility billing, streets, police, courts, parks, and public works. At that time, we also asked council to and staff to bring any exceptional items for our consideration and layout this evening. Just to recap also, so the budget that you had before you last time and that we'll review the rest of the funds this evening, those worksheets constitute what we consider the base budget, or the budget that is essential to just meet our basic needs. And then the exceptional items are meant to be items that we think would allow us to operate at an even higher standard moving forward. So with that, we will lay out a few of those. I'd like to start, and I'll ask Ashley to help me lay these out. And then if you have any questions, Abel, put these together. So what we do here in the requested exceptional items, and I think these are in your packets and they're accessible online for anyone else wishing to look at them. So we're going to start with what we consider all funds exceptional items. The first ones that you'll see are all funds -1A, all funds -1B, and all funds -1C. These first three are our standard exceptional items related to cost of living adjustments for our staff and their salary adjustments. We typically in the past have done the 1%, 2%, and 3%, which is what you have before you here and that we'll lay out momentarily. I was visiting with Ms. Wayman. She is aware that some of the other cities around us are doing a little bit higher COLAs this particular go around to account for the extreme inflation that we're experiencing currently. So we're going to lay these out, but I'll put a marker down to say we'll also probably bring at least one other option for you next time to consider, which would be a little higher COLA for your consideration. As we hone in on our revenue projections and our beginning balance, and we talk about the revenue side of the equation, which we'll do at the next meeting, you'll have a little bit better sense in the next meeting as to how much we have to sort of play with in terms of these COLAs. So, but with that said, I do want to go ahead and do the standard 1, 2, and 3. Again, just for those who have not done this before, it's not that you would necessarily you would adopt one. If you adopted any of them, you would probably just adopt one as opposed to all three of these. But you can get a sense of what different levels would be. Like if you adopted the 3 and the 2, that would be what a 5% COLA would be. So with that, we'll lay those out. They're pretty straightforward. Request the all funds staff request for a 1% COLA would be a total cost to the bottom line budget of $18,586. You see how that's divided between Fund 100, 200, and 800. Again, we have not gone over Fund 200 and 800 quite yet, but we will here momentarily. The next request, exceptional item request, is AF1B. That would be a 2% COLA for your consideration. The total cost for a 2% COLA would be $37,172. Again, that gives you the divisions between the three main funds that those dollars would come out of. And the last request, exceptional item, would be AF1C, and that's for a 3% COLA. That would be a total cost to the bottom line of $55,758. Be a $42,000 out of Fund 100, $6,000 and change out of Fund 200, and $6,000 and change out of Fund 800. Again, the idea here is to lay out all of these exceptional items for your consideration. You can ponder them for the 30 days. The intent is to let those lay out, let you think about them between now and the next work session, and then we'll take some straw polls at the next work group, budget work group, for you to make some decisions on some of these exceptional items. Are there any questions on the 1%, 2%, and 3% COLAs?
One question.
Yes.
Sorry, will these show up as like they'll just show up in Fund 100 under the salaries and that
Correct.
kind of thing? It's not going to be like a separate line?
That is
or-
correct.
Okay.
They'll show up under salary. Usually we have that.
I think it will, and I'm sorry about that, we should have included on the sheet. I think it'll be salaries, the Social Security, and the TMRS, because those are all based on salary amounts. So a little bit will be broken up, but that's the total amount that will hit Fund 100, 200, 300.
Oh, and you have that there, sorry. I
And we
see.
can send around the breakout of that too.
Okay.
Okay, any questions on those cost of living adjustment exceptional items? My anticipation would that we would probably bring to you at the next council meeting probably a 4% and a 5% option as well. So. Okay, moving on to the next all fund exceptional item, and that would be again, this is a staff exceptional item request, and it would be for a new gator. This gator would be used in the water, wastewater, streets, and parks departments, and that's why each one of those departments shares a different portion of the cost, and those percentages are based on what staff believes the percentage use of each one would be within those departments. That'll be a total cost of $18,000. And you do have bids there from Kubota, and I think also from John Deere as to what that gator would be used for. If anyone has taken a ride in our gator that we use for Public Works right now, you will know that this is probably a needed item. It's about to fall apart. We're beginning to spend more and more on maintaining that old gator than what it's worth. So that's for your consideration. We'll also have a worksheet for you at the next budget work group where it shows you all of these exceptional items in one spot, and it'll kind of let us do a running tally of what the cost is as you adopt these.
Hey, Gavin?
Yes.
Before we go on, can we back up for half a second?
Sure.
On our COLAs,
Yes.
we are going to be establishing a new contract with our city administrator. I would say she does not get a COLA because she will, just be getting a
Right.
couple months in, right? So that is fixing your salary for
Correct.
the next cycle. So, is that?
This would.
Does that include city administrator?
The city administrator agreement is independent of these COLAs, and these numbers do not reflect city administrator
Okay.
salary.
Well, in the past, we were given the city administrator COLAs, and I just wanted to make sure that we understood whether that was in or out.
It would be, it is out, and if I am misstating something in terms of how this was calculated, yes, I'm getting
Okay.
I'm
I just-
telling you truthfully.
All right, thank you. I just wanted to make sure that I was clear and everybody else
Yeah.
was clear how that was being
No, thank you for
calculated.
bringing that up. It is,
Okay.
those are handled separately and differently.
Okay.
Okay, so that was, then I've shown you the exceptional item request AF2, which is for the gator. And then exceptional item AF3, AF being all funds, would be for a new and improved backhoe / tractor. This is a request from staff, mainly from Public Works. We do currently have a small Kubota that is a very small version of a tractor, and after our new Public Works department has been out and about and doing some clearing and trying to lift and dig and do some things, it became apparent to them that what we have is not quite sufficient for the jobs that they have in front of them. We would make a decision, I think, at the end as to whether we keep the existing tractor or not. But it's potential that we might sell that one and try to offset some of this cost. But the request before you here is for $75,000, and the quote behind it is, are the specifics for the cut sheet on that equipment.
Gavin,
Yes.
do we have room to store both tractors?
We've talked about that. We don't have a great deal of room to store it.
Right.
I've got some thoughts on where we can store it, but that's a bridge that we
I
haven't.
told you, you're not using my driveway.
Yeah, yes. Yeah, we're gonna have to figure that piece out. And I actually need to look at this cut sheet a little closer. I think that we could still get it in the existing.
Area back
Yeah,
there where the tractor
we may have to
is.
rearrange some things, but I think we could make that work, yeah.
And we do have somebody that is
Proficient,
qualified in
yes.
operating it?
Yes, we do.
Okay.
Good questions all. Any other questions on that? All right, those are the main one. Hold on one second. Those are all of the exceptional items brought by myself and council to you for your consideration. And with that, we'll continue on with the exceptional items brought by council members, and I'll recognize each council member to lay out their exceptional items, and then we can have discussion about those. And with that, we will call up exceptional item request number 100-10-1, and this is Mr. McDuffie's exceptional item request for some of our work on oak wilt issues. Phil?
Thanks. Basically what we have here is just a set-aside fund to fund whatever remediation or helping of our citizenry who are experiencing oak wilt or any kind of prevention measures we might want to do. So we don't know how much of this 30,000 we might use or not use, but 30,000 is what I'm proposing as a set-aside just to deal with whatever may be coming up. And part of that may be, as you know, offset with some of the existing trenching that needs to be done in order to alleviate some of our flooding issues in the same area and that type of thing. But that is what we're requesting.
Thanks, Phil. I guess one point I would make is we don't know exactly what we're going to do, but we shouldn't. I would encourage council not to get hung up on that. This is just a placeholder so that we put some money in so that we know we're going to do something. You know, and it's, I think, wise to put a decent size placeholder. You know, you wouldn't want to put a placeholder at $1,000 and then come back 6 months from now and need to do a $30,000 or $40,000 budget adjustment. So I think it's wise to have a decent amount, even though we haven't quite settled on what the policy might be yet. So I thank you for bringing this one, Mr. McDuffie, and would look forward to continuing to work with council to figure out exactly how to implement this, but I think it's wise to go ahead and budget for it. Any questions for myself, staff, for Phil? Okay, with that, we will keep moving. And the next budget exceptional item request is request 100-10-2. Again, if you're just tuning in from home, these can all be found online for your review. And I will recognize Councilwoman Brown to walk us through this. It's related to code review and comprehensive plan.
All right, thank you. This item would provide funds for the work that needs to be done in connection with implementing the commercial zoning changes that are in the comprehensive plan. I had asked Charlie to give us an estimate of what those fees might be, so I understand perhaps Charlie and Ashley have talked about that, but I don't know what the result is yet. So this is also an item that is being taken to the RCDC to see if they may be willing to fund this as a project. So one way or the other, I think we need to do this if we're going to be serious about implementing the comprehensive plan, which I would highly recommend.
Great, thank you,
So
Councilwoman.
I don't know a number to give you, but I've asked Ashley and Charlie to get together on that.
We were just consulting over here on that, as I noticed that it was TBD at the bottom.
Yes.
So we do have more to tell you, and we had some computer issues just an hour ago. So I'm going to turn it over to Ashley and tell you we do have some numbers, and she can walk us through all that.
We do. After discussion with our city attorney, it was determined that a planner would likely be the best first person to take a swipe at the code changes, understanding kind of the policy implications of those different changes. So we sent this over to Brandon with K. Freese and Associates to give us an estimate, and he came with about $30,000 for the total amount for the commercial only code revisions. Code updates. They would potentially then come back for legal review upon a suggestion by a planner. Here's all the things that we think would accomplish the goals that you set forth in the comp plan, and then Charlie would help with the making sure we're legal in all of our answers.
So the planner was how much?
30,000 estimate, rough
Okay.
estimate.
And
So-
then do you anticipate additional legal fees to review what the planner's done and put it in ordinance form?
Yes, ma'am, I don't know what it would be without seeing what their work is, but based on history, based on what our current legal budget is, I don't know that we would need to add any extra for this. It would probably fit within the existing legal budget.
Okay.
I think 30 is probably a little high, but I think Brandon actually spent some time in really thinking through how many hours and who all would be involved in that sort of thing. So I think it might be a little high, but in fairness, that's what he thinks it would be. So it's somewhere in there, and if we could do it for a little bit less, I would certainly push for that. But 30,000 would be the marker. We will get this updated for next time, but if you want to just put 30,000 as opposed to the TBD, we were going to print the new ones out, but we had some computer problems
Last
at
minute.
the last minute. So.
I'll also mention RCDC was supposed to meet last week, and they were going to be considering this item. They have pushed their meeting to tomorrow, so we will be presenting this to them. They may not make a final decision on whether or not to include it as of tomorrow. They'll be making their budget, or approving their budget rather, in August. So hopefully before your next budget workshop, we have an answer yes or no from them, and if they would like to fund it, we'll take it off of your plate, and if not, we will leave it on the slate of exceptional items.
Yeah, and so that's a good segue. So explain how that works. So you we're laying it out as an exceptional item, but it can kind of go both ways. So it may not end up coming off of this budget that we're planning for, and explain kind of how that process works. And it sort of stays fluid until we have a decision from RCDC as to what they're going to do.
Sure.
Can I
Go
say
ahead.
something here?
Of course.
Yes.
I apologize. And also making sure that it's a legal expenditure of
Yeah.
Type B funds.
I'm
Sorry. Also making sure that it's a legal expenditure under the statute for Type B funds.
Sure.
So we would look at that as well.
And
On that point, that's a very important point, and it would need to be adopted as a project by RCDC. This would clearly fit that because it is a commercial. I say without getting into council's business, I believe that it would clearly be that because it would be dealing with the commercial zoning and trying to bring new business into town and that sort of thing. So they would adopt it as a project, assuming that it meets legal standards. But
Sure, assuming that they make the findings that it
right.
promotes new or expanded. business development. I almost had it right, Charlie. I almost had it. But yes, so next month, and we intended to have that this month too. We'll total up every single exceptional item and where they would be coming from. And we like to put a little note, approved on this day, or we would say approved by RCDC, and we would subtract that from your total of exceptional items. And then once we have our revenue numbers, which we'll be presenting next month, we'll know how much our revenues are over our expenditures, and that's kind of how much we have to play with for exceptional items. So we'll kind of be able to do a countdown and say, you have 100 left over, 100,000, here are your options, and you can decide which exceptional items to fund.
All right.
Thanks.
Thank you, Councilwoman. Any questions for Councilwoman Brown on this item or for anyone else? All right. Thank you for bringing that one. With that, we'll move on to exceptional item request number 100-10-3. And this, we have a requester as City Council. I think
we
we
just
have a couple.
said we'd
This has
bring
been
it.
in. That's right. That's right. So it is a discussion that Councilwoman Brown had brought, but it is also an exceptional item that has been approved in budget seasons past. It is when we go through again, the budget as we present to you as the base budget is for. I'm not going to say bare bones, but it is for the basic necessities, right? And so if we come across an item like this in our budget review when we're doing your budget action request, when we're doing a budget action request to come up with the worksheets that we've been going over, when we come to one of those and we see that it's something exceptional, but that has been approved in the past, we pull that out and bring it back to you as an exceptional item to make sure that council still wants to continue to fund it, so that it doesn't just get rolled over into the next budget without deliberation by council. So that's why it's like that. So this would be Mopac legal expenses. I know that Councilwoman Brown has had some dialogue about this before. Do you want to lay it out, or do you want us to?
This was not my item.
Oh, I'm sorry. My apologies.
I think this was just a discussion
I'm
at the
giving you
last.
credit.
If you want
You're
to
just
take
taking
it,
credit.
You can have
You're
it.
like, oh yes, but you can lay it out, Mayor. Yeah, that's fine. Okay, with that, we'll lay it out.
Sure.
Okay. And with that, I'll ask Ashley to lay it out.
This was, I believe, just brought up in discussion at the last city council meeting, and this was something that in the past RCDC has funded. This past year they did fund 40,000, and so we put it in at the same amount for council's discretion on if they want to do the same amount or less. And we do have this on their agenda tomorrow for them to consider also continuing to include in their budget, which they've done in the last 2 years, I believe.
And just for the record, in my opinion, and I'm saying this more for the gentleman sitting to my right, I believe this to be appropriate for RCDC because if the Mopac project is done incorrectly, in our opinion, and if they bypass the city, if they bypass, and bypass is a very specific legal theory that they need to stay on top of, that it could be detrimental to our business district if we're not allowing people to easily come in and spend their hard-earned dollars in our commercial corridors. So again, I think there's a very rational basis to have the discussion about making sure that we defend our ability to have economic development.
And these fees would cover the fees that we've engaged with Bickerstaff
That is
too,
correct. That is
going
correct.
forward.
Yes. All right, any other questions on this one? All right. Now, I know the next one is
The
Ms.
next
Brown's.
yes.
And I will call up exceptional item request 100-15-1. This is related to computer software and support. We do recall having a brief discussion about it last time, and I'll recognize Ms. Brown to tell us more about it.
Okay, this would be funding so that if a resident wants to come down or one of the council members want to come down and look at a building permit file, that you can do that without having to have Desiree or Ashley hold your hand while you go through it on their computer. So this would be a standalone computer that would let a resident access the building permit files if they had a question about a building permit or a pending application. And just, it would house those files, and I'm not sure exactly how staff would set that up, but it would be so that the resident looking at the permits not having to take Ashley's time or Desiree's or Nikki's or anyone else's time while they look through those files to see if there's any concern. And I
Yeah.
don't know whether we have a standalone, an unused computer that could be used for that, or or the
there-
software.
Yeah, there possibly is. I think we discussed that point as well, but not knowing, I'm certainly not a IT expert by any stretch of the imagination, so I don't know what type of hardware or software would be required. So I think it's reasonable. It's not a huge cost. I think the bigger logistical challenge is physically where to put it, but we can cross that bridge when we get to it.
Yeah.
Again, I see it similar to the Oakville thing. Like, I think it's a good idea to put the marker in the budget, know that that's the intent and the expectation, and then try to figure out how to do it. We can always, if we can't figure out how to do something, we can always not do it later, but it's good to budget for those things while we're thinking about it. Any questions for Councilwoman Brown? All right, with that, we will, looky there, we're done with all exceptional items. Or did I
Yeah,
miss
this
any?
one still. This is a staff.
Oh, I don't think I have it in my.
There you go.
Oh, no, I want to, yeah, that's it for
Wanna
now.
save that?
I want to move, we will have another exceptional item for you, but I want to do it at the end of when we discuss the next fund. So that concludes the exceptional items for all funds and for specific to General Fund 100. Any questions generally about any of these exceptional items? Again, we'll let these lay out for 30 days. Don't talk amongst yourselves. Talk amongst your neighbors, or ponder it while you're deep in thought, laying in bed at night. And we will try to make some decisions on these at our next work group
So you
meeting.
want to talk about the new push camera later?
I'm gonna lay out the next
Got it.
funds, and then we will, just for the sake of continuity, we'll lay out the exceptional items for these next funds after we get done with those. Okay, that said, we will now move on to our next fund for discussion, and that is the Water Fund 200. And I believe you have the budget action request and department worksheet either in your file or on your computer. This is the Fund 200, and this is the department name and number is Department 60, which is non-departmental. And we'll kind of move through these. You'll recall this is just like the department worksheets that we moved through for all of the other Fund 100 departments. And we'll kind of move quickly, and I'm going to lean on Ms. Wayman and Abel if needed to talk through some of these. All of the line items 5,000 through 550. These are your salary, your training, your health insurance, work comp. Again, we're still waiting on work comp numbers to be provided to us from our outside folks. As soon as we get those, we'll plug in those numbers to make sure that they're accurate. We went ahead and just went with last year's numbers so far. You got your Social Security, your unemployment comp insurance, and your Texas municipal retirement expenses. Again, those are, when you see dollar amounts in this fund, it's because you have certain staff that we can allocate some of these expenses to this particular department. Moving on, you've got the printing and reproduction. Tools and supplies, 5150 is a slight increase there, working with Public Works and Izzy to identify some other tools that they believe need to be purchased, so we upped him at his request there. We've got some additional travel expenses because we do have new employees that constitute a need for additional training and workshops and that sort of thing. The rest of it is pretty straightforward. You've got 5160, line item 5167, that's administrative fees. We are allowed by state statute to allocate a certain portion, I think it's up to 5% of our water sales can be transferred over from this fund, which is one of our enterprise funds, if you'll recall, But we are allowed to move a certain dollar amount, 5% of our water sales, over to administration to help fund overall administration costs. When we determine exactly what that 5% of sales, water sales will be, we'll adjust that number accordingly, but it typically has been around 35,000. We've got, I'm going to let Ashley explain to you, I'm going to let Ashley explain to you the, 5171 is the equipment. We keep this in at $500 as a marker so that it doesn't go away off of our budget sheet. This is though where, if you were to adopt the exceptional item for the new backhoe, this is where that item, a portion of that item was shared with this department or with this fund. And then you have 5193. I'm gonna have Ashley explain this one to you a bit. This is the water meter, or the water meter replacements, and talking about the electronic meters. We had this in last year's budget, and I'm gonna let Ashley explain the details and kind of what we're thinking here.
Sure. So you'll notice back in 2021, that was a lower amount. This used to just be for replacement of meters as they were breaking and things like that, and they were the mechanical, non-electronic meters. Last year, we brought to the City Council a exceptional item for the first of 3 years funding for our electronic water meter program. I believe we brought about 100,000 that year, and then we're expecting 100,000 in the 2 following years. This, the reason that 69,000 was what was approved is that was the remainder of the ARPA funds that we received after the total of the ARPA funds that we were planning on receiving, less the generators for the lift stations and the automation project. So those were expected to take up all but 69,000 of our ARPA funds. The electronic water meters would have also fallen into the categories where we could have used those funds on these electronic water meters. We have not gotten that program off the ground yet, and I believe the numbers we have are probably a little bit outdated on those electronic water meters. They've also been hard to come by, along with everything else that has chips and electronic components like that. So they're finally kind of starting to become available now. We have had some preliminary discussions with Government Capital, which is the group that helped fund our vehicles. So when we did our lease program for our vehicles, they do those kind of similar programs for other kind of infrastructure for governments, or water meters was one that they had done before. So there is an option for us to work with them and kind of bring that project back to life with some new numbers and some new, kind of how we're going to lay that out. They would help, or they would fund for basically even the installation. So if we could get a plan together on getting all these meters purchased and installed over a certain amount of time, they would help fund it up front, and then we would pay off yearly for however long we chose. So we put the 34.5 back in here. We think that they might likely be over a little bit longer span than 3 years, because generally the lives of those meters are longer than 3 years. So we just kind of wanted to bring this up for discussion and see if the City Council would like us to pursue that and get new quotes for those electronic meters and start that process with Government Capital or a similar group that would help fund those.
And in terms of the budget, and I guess, and I'm asking this question of you, so in terms of the budget, would we just leave this number in place, knowing that we might need to adjust it at a later date, or is it your intention to encourage us to actually bring a new exceptional item with all of the numbers worked out, and then insert that into the budget? How?
I don't anticipate us having all of that information done by October 1 or by September, when we need to adopt our budget. So I think leaving this number would be fine, understanding that we're probably not going to use all of it. If we were to do a little bit longer schedule, maybe a 5-year or some other kind of program, this number may go down. But I think that's something that could be amended later. I'll also mention that per our electronic meter replacement policy, up to a certain size meter is covered by the city, but then anything above that, the homeowner or the owner of the property would take that, would pay the remainder of that cost. So This would be, yes, we would be expending funds, but some of it we would get back as we rolled out these meters, so.
Any questions on that?
I have a couple of questions. If and when we get this thoroughly rolled out, will that alleviate the need to have people physically go out and read these meters?
Yes.
Yes.
Okay.
That's the goal.
Will be cost savings significant and staff freed up
Correct.
based on that?
Probably 3 days a month for one, 3 to 3.5 for maybe one employee. If we had 2 people, it'd be 2 people most of the day for 2 days reading meters. So that will free up a lot of our staff resources.
Next question, if and when a meter fails, which hopefully will be never, what kind of backup, or do we have a policy for administrating those costs at that point? For calculating like what the water usage was, or, you know, whatever.
They would still be manual read if they needed to be. So if
So
the,
they're still gonna spend manually, they
Yes.
just might not upload.
right, and if say we don't pick up a reading on something that month because something was wrong, we can always go read those up front. They would be similar to the mechanical meter in that sense, that we could go do that.
Right.
And I'm sure there'd be a warranty on things like that if certain parts of it failed within a certain amount of time. I may need to go refresh myself on the presentation from the Badger meters. I know it's been a year or so now that since we've gone over that, but
Okay. And the last sort of the highlighted item there is 5255 for vehicle insurance. Again, we're just waiting on getting some final quotes from our outside vendors, and we'll update that as soon as we can. But we went with the last year's number and don't expect it to be too far off. I think that's it. I might point out 5324. That's the valve, manhole, GPS, and mapping. Obviously, in 2020, 2021, we had a large expenditure for that. We dropped it down in last year's budget just to take care of any sort of unforeseen last-minute adjustments, and we didn't really have any. So we're zeroing it out this year, and we'll take that off of the budget moving forward. We still do have some GIS updating, but that can be handled in our overall engineering line item. Anything else on Fund 200? Alex?
Question, yeah, so just on the crossroads line items like 5233 and 5234. I mean, when you look down at the bottom, I mean, it doesn't look like the budget increases much this year, 3% or something. But those are big items. So like, where's the savings coming from in this budget? I mean, were we doing something with the, like, I mean, I guess that's what I'm just trying to figure out. Those just seem big, and I'm like wondering, did
There's
we
a-
like cut something?
sure, there's a
somewhere else?
little bit of savings, it looks like, in the fire hydrant maintenance and replacement. We don't see ourselves needing to replace quite as many as we did last year, so that dropped a pretty significant amount. We also had some savings in engineering services. We're kind of getting the pendulum swinging and trying to correctly classify our engineering expenses, so I think we're closer this year. We were able to drop this a little bit here. Salaries a little bit, probably just based on department allocation. Looks like that about covered that. And I will say the crossroads, you know, that's a decent guess, but it kind of just depends on how many emergency situations we have that they have to respond to. Our costs with them have gone down significantly since the first year we had them, when it seemed like they were kind of always working on a emergent situation, so.
Okay.
I think his point though is that there was a $20,000, 21, 22. So we went from 20,000 to 60,000, which is
Yeah, that's the big one.
a
And I guess you're
significant
right.
increase.
Mhm.
But our bottom line number shows that we're year over year, that it's a wash year over year.
Mhm.
So the question is, I think, as I understand it,
Yeah, it's coming from all those.
Salary's 35
Yeah.
grand less.
oh yeah, it's the salary.
Salary.
That's it.
Fire hydrant.
Yeah,
Mhm.
I'm sorry.
Sure.
You explained it. I was trying to understand it while you were explaining it. I should have just been listening.
No worries.
So how many people are we budgeted for in Public Works?
Abel, is it
4?
4? Four people budgeted in Public Works.
Yes.
Correct.
3.
Mm-hmm. Open and accepting applications, if anybody knows anybody.
I don't know how anybody would apply in the summer months, but.
We're holding out for fall.
Yeah.
We're gonna do some good posts on social
Yeah.
media in the fall, so.
All right, that's it for Fund 200. You see the exceptional items noted there for the backhoe and the gator. Those are those percentages of the all fund exceptional items that we've already covered. And that's all we have for review of our Fund 200, the water fund, which is our enterprise fund. All right, we will now move on to our Fund 301, which is our street maintenance fund. Again, this is a non-departmental fund. The revenues from this fund, or into this fund, are dedicated street sales tax revenues, and the revenues transfer out of Fund 100 and into this Department 30, or this department. The revenues transfer out of Fund 100, Department 30, into this street maintenance fund. It's very short and sweet. The transfer to the street department is $88,465 in 2021. In 21-22, it was $95,469, and in 22-23, it is $147,444. This is again just an estimated of match. We're matching expenditures in 100-30 in the streets, and then we will increase. Will increase with exceptional items, and expenditures are limited by statute. Did I explain that well enough?
I think so. This had gone up, the 130 department had gone up for a few additional items this year, extra tree trimming around the right-of-ways, I believe. I'm trying to think what else we put in there. Pavement condition assessment, things like that
was the
that our
pavement
streets
conditioning
need.
assessment is the big one that we've,
Mhm.
and we've already covered that in the
130.
in the 100 Department 30. So this is just this fund is really just money in, money out. The meat of the discussion actually happens over in Fund 100, Department 30. It's a weird way to do it, but it's the way it's always been done. So
We couldn't really figure out why. We just went.
If I'm, let me ask a question. If I'm understanding what we're showing in the Fund 301 department is the revenues that will be received, anticipated to be received with the street tax.
that's correct.
Okay. Do we have the opportunity to put any of that revenue in a sinking fund? I mean, sinking fund may not be the right term, but, you know, if street projects happen, you know, this year we're not doing one, but in another 2 or 3 years, especially if we do water system improvements, we'll need some money to do that. Is there some of this increase, 47% increase in revenue, that can be set aside in a dedicated fund?
So I'm gonna.
Or does it have to be spent?
I'm gonna give Abel a minute. He probably doesn't need time to think, but I'm gonna give him a second anyway. And if I mess this up, tell me. All of these funds go into a dedicated account, and they're earmarked, so they don't. I think what you're asking is there a way to make sure that they don't go anywhere, so that we can use them for these items in future years?
If we don't have real need to spend it this year,
Yes.
can we accumulate?
The answer
excess?
is yes, and I'll let Abel explain the accounting mechanisms for that. But to your exact point, when we were doing the budget this year, I stumbled upon that exact same question, and that's what made me say, well, this is crazy. It's just building up, but we're not ever spending it. So let's spend some now on the assessment, on the, what do we call it?
The pavement.
Yeah, the pavement,
study.
that study.
Mm-hmm.
And then let's start lining this out so that we do, maybe we're doing 5% of the roads every year. Or, you know, let's start planning so that we're knocking
Yes.
out a certain portion of the roads every year based on these dollars, and then we get to the end, and then we go back and we do it over again. And so, yes, and now I've given Abel all the time in the world he could possibly need to figure out how he's going to phrase this, but have I?
You're correct, Mayor. What I do is throughout the year, whatever comes in that particular month, I book it in Fund 301, and it stays there. The only money I transfer out is whatever was budgeted for the street department. So let's say for discussion purposes, $300,000 came in throughout the year. There was only $100,000 budgeted in the street department. The remaining $200,000 stays in the street maintenance fund and fund balance.
Okay,
And so to be used at the discretion of council provided street related.
okay. And there's nothing that then compels us to use it by the end of the
No, ma'am.
fiscal?
It stays in fund balance until you decide to use it for something.
Great.
And that was, and Ashley and I are looking here, there's $350,000 in that earmarked fund currently. And so, honestly, it's one of those things you lose sight of it, because if it doesn't get used, it still it stays there, it's earmarked, it can't be used because it's statutorily dedicated. But then if you don't have the institutional knowledge to remember that it's there and what it's used for, or what it can be used
Or
for,
a plan.
or a plan, you sort of forget that it's there. So my goal is to tap into that 350 this time, and then get us on it. And we've added it to our Gantt chart. What do we? I've renamed the Gantt, our operations timeline chart, and we're going to start doing a better job of planning that out over a 5-10 year period, so that we're on a system. But that's a good question.
You have to be a little careful with that, though, because of mobilization costs.
Mm-hmm.
So if you just do a little bit every year and you're having to mobilize
Right.
and bid and whatever, and it's like, and that's all you want us to do, it's like then your
Right.
costs are higher, and as
Sure.
opposed to doing a bigger section,
Right.
um,
No, that's true.
so.
That's true.
We've
Yep.
got Shanti to remind us.
Yeah, that's right. We'll tell you later.
A lot of
We have
people
We got a
to
job
remind
for
us
you.
that we have a
Water.
street budget.
Especially if we do like.
Yeah.
some-
All right, good questions. Any other questions on the Street Maintenance Fund 301? All right, with that, we'll move on to Fund 310. This is the Court Security Fund. These revenues are derived from the court security fee. Expenditures are statutorily restricted. You can see this is a major department of ours where we have consistently budgeted $1,000 for the last 3 budget cycles, and I'm not sure we've spent any of it. And I don't even know that we'll look at the revenues. The revenues that come in are minuscule on this. Any questions on this? Again, these are statutory funds. They exist. We budget for them. That's about it. We did buy I think we bought something new for the court at one point. Alec, did you have a question?
I have a question about the revenues. I mean, this is a question that applies to all of these statements that I'm looking at here. Why does it seems confusing, because it says revenues over under expenditures, and so I'm thinking it's expenditures, but it looks like the way it's actually calculated is just the revenue to date minus what you budgeted.
Where are
Is
you
that
looking?
right? Sorry, like if we're on the court security fund, for instance, and not on the nice, pretty Excel colored sheet, the one down below it, the one that looks like it came from the accounting software.
We actually don't, and we don't keep the revenues are not shown. That's a separate page, but it's in our financial statements. You can see kind of both there, but this is last year's budget balance, not what we're budgeting this year. So this is kind of our year to date, 75% of the way through.
Right. I was just curious of like what that revenues line, that last line means. Like, to me, like the year to date actual means that we've had $1,400, $1,471.83 in this fund, right, in revenues. And if I'm looking at the same page as you.
Trying to look.
The court security fund.
Oh, are you looking at the very last item where it says
Yeah.
revenue over /
Yes,
under
yes.
expenditures? Oh, I gotcha.
Yeah, page 8.
Yeah, and some of this we're still this is only our second year to work off of these
I guess,
types of this is from our encode system,
yeah.
which
yeah.
we're still sort of learning.
It's just when I was reading it in some of these other, I was like confused because it's like, oh, whoa, with the parentheses, it
Yeah.
means like a like budget balance. I'm like, whoa, we're $1,100 short in that
Yeah.
that fund, but I don't think that's what that means. That's all I was wondering.
And if I'm reading our financial statements, it looks like in the current period we got about $200 coming in as income. I think
Yes.
that just is a portion of tickets that is
Right.
mandated by the state, that a portion of your revenue goes to these separate funds.
I was just wondering what the last column, the budget balance on the revenues means. Why is it negative $1,000? What does that
It's
mean?
it looks like it's because we haven't spent anything yet, and I think we normally pay for the reserve officer for court out of here. I think we've had maybe one in-person court, so he may have just not been allocated correctly to this department.
Okay.
But that's something we can go back and fix. It looks like we may just need to make sure that when he's here working court for those 2 hours, we charge him to this department.
What I was saying is what it looks to me, just based on the math, is all it's the numbers calculated by taking your year-to-date actual, subtracting what you had in the budget, which is 350, which just, but it doesn't matter. We can move on. I don't think it just is confusing to me what it is, what that means.
No, I see your point.
Yeah.
And I'm not always clear on how encode calculates
Mm-hmm.
these items.
It's not a major issue or major point. I just was curious.
Got it. All right, we'll move on to Fund 320, Court Technology Fund. This is same song, second verse related to court technology. Budgeted $2,500, same $2,500. We only tap into this when needed. All right, we'll move on to to the next Fund 330. Same song, third verse. It's the Court Efficiency Fund, a statutory fund, a dedicated fund. We're budgeting 100, same 100. And that's it. Any questions on those funds? All right, with that, we'll move on to a more substantive fund. This is our Debt Service Fund, Series 2014, Fund 430. This is our, this fund and the next 1, 2, 3, 4, and the next 4 funds are all our debt service funds. I'll just pull them all up together since we're a little short on time. These are just dollars that we allocate for our various debt services and the various debt funds that have been issued over the years for bond. Abel, do you have anything to say about these?
Now, the amounts you see here were calculated when the bonds were sold. And so the amortization schedules are for the life of whatever the bonds were. So what you see budgeted here are the amounts for that particular
Straight off
year.
the amortization schedules?
Correct.
So, from a budgeting standpoint, these are the easiest funds to budget for. So, that's Debt Service Fund Series 2014. And I'll pull up Debt Service Fund 2012. Same thing. You have a total expenditure budgeted of $313,635. And then you have the next one is Fund 450, which is Debt Service Fund Series 2019. You have a budgeted amount of $410,650. And then the final fund.
And I'm sorry, what were these monies used for?
What is that
Line.
fund series?
Debt service 2019.
Abel,
Abel?
I think that was a refinancing. Is that
Oh,
correct?
that was the refi.
The debt service 2019.
Refi.
Yeah, that was the refi in 2019.
Yeah, I believe it was the 2012B. I believe that's what they refined.
Okay. That's right, we had an A and B. Okay.
Yeah, good question. I actually forgot that.
And were this one was for the wastewater, is that right?
It was,
Okay.
it was
Purchase it.
refinancing old wastewater.
Okay.
It was
bonds.
the 2012 for the sewer system from
Okay.
LCRA.
Okay.
And I believe there was a little bit of street money maybe on the 2012, but the majority of it was LCRA.
Okay.
All right, and then the final Fund 460 is the Debt Service Fund Series 2020. These are the tax note, this is the tax note series from 2020, and budgeted amount of $315,015.
And the same question, what were these monies for?
What's that, Roxanne?
What were these monies for?
They're the tax notes, and they, by previous action of the council, they're set aside and are being used to do the Hubbard project, the Hubbard Drainage Project, and the Pleasant Nixon Project. We were making progress on both. Happy to report. All right, that concludes all of the debt service funds. With that, we will move on to the drainage fund. And this is Fund 702. This is a fund that we created several years ago for capital improvements. Funds coming into this fund are from licenses and permits and fund transfers in, and they're limited to RSDP revenues have to be spent within the drainage area that they're paid in. We have this is where we carry some of our Ms4 expenditure costs. Those did go up on us slightly last year to $8,000. The engineering services in 5270, we budgeted the same 50,000. These, we budget this amount, but all of this is paid back. You'll see a revenue offset when we do the revenue portion of the budget. The MS4, like I said, did go up, so we budgeted slightly more at 8,000 this next year. And I think that's it. Any questions on Fund 702 for drainage infrastructure?
Yes, so this is to pick up on the previous question about the tax notes. So some of the money would have, because I scrolled down here, it looks like we spent some money on the Hubbard. So that is coming from the money in that fund, the tax notes is coming into this fund, I guess.
I'm sorry,
to pay for
I'm
those?
struggling with hearing you. Say
Sorry,
again.
yeah, sorry, I was talking about the
Tax notes.
tax notes, I
2020.
guess 2020 funded the work that we've done this year in this fund, in this drainage fund. Is that correct? Or
No, the tax notes. The tax notes don't flow into this fund.
okay, they don't. Okay,
No.
okay.
No.
I guess that was my question.
Okay. Any other questions?
Well, I guess I did have something else. Like the other thing that was a little bit concerning to me about this one, not concerning, but I just questioned why are we not having, if we budget for engineering services, why don't we have projects listed as well? What?
Because
that doesn't make
these,
sense.
so 5270 and this, and you jump in anytime. So the engineering services under 5270 under this fund are for drainage reviews done by K-Freeze,
Mhm.
and whoever's applying for those projects actually reimburse the city for those funds. So we do have an outlay of an expenditure under this fund,
Mhm.
but then when we cover the revenue side of the equation, you'll see an offsetting inflow of revenue for those funds.
Okay. But if we wanted to have I want to fix this other intersection where there's a drainage problem, where does some project like that show up in our funds? Does it not show up in this? Does it show up somewhere else? I guess that's my question.
Oh well, it
Go
did
ahead.
get loud. I'll confirm with K-Freeze. I believe we have charged a little bit when they do specific GIS work related to drainage infrastructure. So that's something I can confirm with them on how they bill it and how we classify it, and we can get you information on that.
Okay. That'd be great. Thanks.
And one overarching answer to that too is we typically haven't had enough money to do big projects. So if there's a big project, it's I guess possible that it would show up here, but we typically don't have
Right.
enough revenue to do that, so. All right, any other questions? Fund 702. All right, moving on to Fund 800. This is our last enterprise fund for wastewater services. Revenues into this fund are wastewater service charges, interest income, and capital recovery from connections. This is an enterprise fund. Proceeds must be spent within the fund, with the exception of the administration fee. Some of this you'll recognize from our discussion over in the other enterprise fund, the water fund. We're still waiting on the work comp numbers. The administrative fee is the same as we discussed over in the water fund, 5% of revenues to the fund. The meter replacement is also half of the cost that Ms. Wayman was talking about earlier is borne in this fund. And then we have some outstanding numbers that we're waiting to get back from outside vendors for insurance and vehicle, for overall property and general casualty and vehicle insurance. And we just put in the numbers from last year on those items. I don't see anything too much of note here. Are there any questions on 800, the wastewater fund?
Just out of curiosity, why do we have part of the meter replacement cost under wastewater?
That's a good question. That's how we split it up last year. I guess theoretically, without metering the water, you wouldn't get their wastewater average to use for the year. So, though we don't actually meter the wastewater, that's how we come up with your averages, is by your water use in the winter. We could
Just wondering,
revisit that.
when you allocate the charges for water versus wastewater,
Mm-hmm.
where it's more appropriate to
Sure.
put the cost of that.
Mm-hmm.
And we can look closer at that. We have historically in the past needed reasons to spend dollars because we do typically end up with an excess amount in this fund. And so where we can have legitimate expenditures out of this fund, it's been helpful. But we can look at that and see if we need to reallocate it. It wouldn't affect, even if we moved it, it wouldn't necessarily affect the bottom line, but it could potentially affect the dollar amount that you have available in the non-discretionary, if we had to take it out of non-discretionary dollars.
But I'm just thinking, since these are both revenue funds, it's like you have a water bill and you have a wastewater charge,
Right.
and you know, where do you want to be
Mm-hmm.
adding this expense when you're
Right.
calculating how much to charge for those services?
We can, yeah, no, that's, and that should be something that, that we look at in the rate reviews also. We obviously are gonna do some more work on that water, or on that meter replacement item, so we can make
Okay.
note to look at that.
Sure.
Okay. Any other questions on Fund 800? And you'll see reflected in the exceptional items, the tractor and backhoe and the new gator reflected there, and then one more, which I'm going to lay out, and I will now call up exceptional item 800-60-1. And this is an exceptional item requested by staff for a new push camera and
Sond, I think, we do have
Sond?
Izzy here. He did
Oh.
explain this to me at one point, but I think he might be
Izzy,
best
this
to.
is your time to shine. If you can come off of mute, I will recognize you to tell us more about our push camera.
Oh,
that you're-
hello.
Hey, welcome.
Can you all hear me?
Yes, sir.
Yep.
Hello. Yes, this push camera that we're requesting in the Sonde, I'll get to the sun right now. The camera allows for video inspection of sewer and storm drains. We can view the health of the lines in real time. If the sewer line is clogged, bellied, or cracked, crushed, or completely disconnected, the video camera inspection will allow us to quickly and accurately detect the issue so we can work on the right solution. And proactively, we can look for preventative care. The video inspection will detect a range of a range of the sewer lines, any issues. Can detect root intrusion, which is a big problem with that happens with the roots going in and breaking up, breaking a lateral or sewer line. And with the sound, once we actually send the camera through the line, where is the way we can actually find exactly where the break is, that sound, which is a wand, you just wave it back and forth and it'll detect in real time where the tip is of that camera. So if that's where it identifies where the problem or the issue is, that's where we can start digging instead of having to dig one end and start digging until we find it. And that can, as we've seen before, that can be either 1 foot or 20 feet of digging, and that could eliminate to within like 1 to 2 feet.
Okay. Great. Thank you, Izzy, for that explanation. Any questions?
Yeah, we have a requirement to do video surveillance of our sewer system on a periodic basis, right?
We have a TCEQ
Correct.
requirement. Yes.
Does this allow us to do that ourselves, or do we still have to outsource that?
It's a great question. Do we know the answer to that, Izzy?
Yes, the camera the video that the TCEQ requires that we need to do is actually the sewer mains. That's opening and popping up the manholes. The camera that I'm requesting for is too small to go through there.
Okay.
Got it. Okay. That
So
makes sense.
we can actually. I'm sorry.
No, that makes sense. We understand.
Yeah, I was
But
just
at
wondering.
the for instance, at the clean out at a one of the houses, as one of the residents, we can actually push it through there and go all the way out to the main and look for any issues there. But as far as running it from manhole to manhole, it's too small.
Okay, all right. I was just wondering if this would allow us
Offset
to
that, yeah.
do that ourselves, or if this was just for other maintenance purposes.
Well, if you get really good at it, Izzy, maybe we'll buy you a bigger camera. All right. Thank you for being
Any
with
other
us.
questions?
Any other questions for staff?
You're welcome.
Thank you, Izzy.
Thank you.
Okay, that concludes the exceptional item for Fund 800 is $12,000 for that camera. It does sound like a worthy expenditure. So that concludes all. So we had asked everyone to submit their exceptional items for Fund 100 and the Fund 100 departments. We knew this one was going to be a staff request from Izzy, and so we went ahead and included it for you this evening so we can go ahead and lay it out for 30 days so you can think about it. I'll now give the directive to council. If council has any additional exceptional items for Fund 200, 301, 310, 320, 330, can't really do any in the debt service funds, or 702 or 800, you're welcome to bring those before the next work session. If not, the exceptional items that have been laid out this evening will be the exceptional items that we'll take up once again at the next work group, and I'll ask you to, we will vote on these. It's not all that an official of a vote. It's more of a straw poll to see what you do and don't want to include in this budget. That will give, and we will bring, so we'll make, at the next work session, we will have a discussion with you about beginning balance, about revenues, so that you can have a sense of what dollar amount you have at your disposal. And then I'll ask you to make some of these decisions on the exceptional items. following that, then that will give us all the information we need to go back and construct the final budget for your consideration and final approval. At that time, then we can also have the discussion around tax rates and those sorts of issues as well. And it'll give you a clear picture on how you need to proceed with some of those questions. So, any questions on the process there, or how we are going to move forward with the next work session? I will say, and I'll let Ashley jump in here, there's a possibility that we may have to have a special call meeting. We're still finding out some details, and it all has to do with timing of postings and tax rate postings and that sort of thing. So stay tuned on that. We may be in touch to schedule a very brief, very short meeting for some of those purposes. You have anything to add to that?
No, I don't think so.
Okay.
Any idea, like August, September, next week?
Sure. Oh goodness,
Sorry.
these are really. So basically, we get our certified estimate from the appraiser on July 25th. That's the last day that they're allowed to deliver those to us. It takes about 2 weeks, potentially up to 2 weeks, for the county to help us with our tax rate calculation. That's something they always do for us. And then there's a 10-day noticing requirement ahead of a public hearing for tax rate and budget. One is 10 days, one is 5 days, but either way, we're kind of pushing it for that August 17th meeting. I think in the past we may have had the August meeting later because of school, and so we might have been able to make that work. This year there's a chance either between now and that August meeting, or between the August meeting and the September meeting, that we might need a brief special city council meeting just to meet some of those requirements where you vote to delay votes for the next month or something like that. So there's a chance. We'll try to get to you as soon as we can, so we can get those scheduled if necessary.
Okay. Anything else? Thank you all for your attention. I think it was a very informative budget work session, and with that, we will. Do I need to come back into regular session? I need to come into regular session.
We didn't break.
We didn't.
Are we good?
No, just move forward.
Okay. All right, with that, we'll continue down our regularly scheduled agenda and move on to public comments for any citizens wishing to testify on any items not on the agenda. Do we have anyone? Shanti?
Hi. Back again.
Welcome.
1 month. Shanti J. Kumar, 3309 Parkers Drive. I just wanted to recognize, as usual, I really appreciate everything you guys do. Reading through the current agenda, I can see that a lot of work has gone into preparation and all the information. But I just want to commend you all for confirming Ashley to be our city administrator. Good choice. It was last month. We didn't have a chance to congratulate you.
Thank you.
So it happened after 1:15, some point of time.
Somewhere
So
around
I left by 1 o'clock. So I just wanted to congratulate you
there. Thank you.
in public here. And I also want to acknowledge Gavin Massingill for hosting the July 4th. Next time, maybe you can add a vegetarian item. But I saw that people were
There was
enjoying
coleslaw.
Our pit
We
master.
had
What now?
coleslaw.
Anyway, just
I'll take
It
it
doesn't
under.
matter.
I'll take it under advisement.
okay. Just wanted to thank you.
You're very welcome.
I think it was a great event, and it was fun to see you all in the parade, and Ashley too, waving, and we'll continue the traditions. So
Thank you, and thank you for all you do, and
hey,
for always documenting the parade.
as long as I can, I'll do it.
It'll be a long time. Thank you, Shanti.
Yeah, we had somebody had a corn roaster at one point. Was roasting.
We
corn.
could have.
I think it was
I'll
the
take-
metrics, yeah.
I'll take requests next year, maybe.
Well, we could
I'll
recruit
definitely
help.
do it.
We
I
might
definitely
recruit
do it.
help, yeah.
thank you all. Thanks for the shout out. Any other comments from anyone? All right, we'll move on then to presentations. I think we are going to continue to talk about our finances for our number 3 presentation and discussion on the quarterly investment report for the 3rd quarter. Recognize Abel to tell us about our investments and how much they are making with the comptroller.
Thank you, Mayor. The Public Investment Act requires the city to present to City Council a quarterly investment report on the city's investments. The city invests all its funds with Textful, and currently the city has roughly about $537,000 invested with Textful. For the month of June, because of rising interest rates, the city received interest of $441. Year to date, we're a little bit over $1,000 in interest received. Part of that has to do with the beginning of the fiscal year, where our yield was like 3 basis points. This last month, it was 1%. So it's gone up, just like anybody else's interest rates with credit cards and whatever.
It's finally at least worth an update.
This is true. And so that's basically where we are on the investments.
Nice work.
Thank you, sir.
Any questions for Abel on the investments, on our investments? With that, we will move on to agenda item number 4, presentation and discussion on the budget review for the 3rd quarter. And recognize Abel once again.
Some of the items I'd like to point out to council on our property taxes. We currently are at 99% collected of our estimated revenue. And so also on our city sales taxes, we are doing fairly well on the amounts we have been collected for the year. Right now, we're at 96% of what we budgeted for the city sales taxes. The other wastewater revenues also, in terms of what we've collected versus the amount budgeted or estimated for the year, we're over 100%. And in water sales, we're at 83% of what we budgeted. This is through the month of June. Generally speaking, the general fund revenue, we're at 85% of what we estimated in revenue. And on expenditures, we're at 71%. So we're a tad below the budget on expenditures and above the estimated revenues on for the year in the general fund. Water fund, our revenues, we've collected 82% of what we estimated. And on the expenditure side, we've only spent 65% of the budget. And remember, we're at 75% of the year right now, the fiscal year. And on wastewater fund, on revenue, we've collected 76% of our estimated revenue. So we're, I guess you could say, we're where we need to be when you looked at what we budgeted versus what we've collected. On the expenditure side, we are at 64% of what we budgeted for expenditures, so we're a little bit below that. So those are some of the items that I thought council needed to be advised on, and do you have any questions?
So, and I'll entertain any questions, but I have one for you, Abel. So I know statewide, the sales tax collections are up significantly due to inflationary pressures. And I'm looking at the sheet. So are we, it looks like we're up, what, 16? So we're 116% year over year, is that right? On sales tax?
I'm just looking at.
So we're 96% of budget.
Correct. I don't have the financials. I'm just looking at the year to date, I mean the percentages.
Well, the
Yeah,
sheet
we budgeted on sales taxes $550, and we've collected $530 so far.
and still have several months left.
Yes, sir. We have, this is through the month of June, so we still have roughly 4 months, because the auditors at the end of the year, they'll accrue the month of September.
So we should be in good shape. and we can talk offline when we prepare for our presentation to council next month, or at the next budget workshop. But we'll be able to extrapolate some of that
Yes,
in terms of what we anticipate the beginning balance to
right.
be.
That's what we did last year, and I thought we did a good job in terms of.
We were pretty
because
close,
the
yeah.
year prior to that, we didn't collect that much.
Yeah.
But we were trending up when we were at this time of the year, when we're looking at the budget. So when we estimate our revenues, we assume that would continue trending. And so I think our estimates for the year were pretty good.
And I would just say for the record, and we'll talk more about it in private, but I do think when we look at our projected revenues, I think it's safe to have some healthy projections for our year end and our year beginning balance. But I do want us to not get overly aggressive, because I think we could have, that there's a flip side to that inflationary pressure.
Correct.
That we'll probably
Mhm.
feel at some point in 2023. So we need to not get too over our skis with our future projections and think that that's going to
I've always been
necessarily.
very conservative in my
I know
estimates.
you are. That's why we get along, Abel. So,
Yes, sir, I will work on that.
okay. Any other questions, Alec?
Yeah, on the water fund and wastewater funds, I noticed that, is it typical for the expenditures to lag the revenue? Is that what's going on there? Are we getting a better deal on the water price, or is it just
Well, I think the year before, maybe the expenditures exceeded revenues.
Okay.
And so,
And so it was budgeted.
right, and so the deal with water and wastewater is driven by what kind of year you're having weather-wise,
Mm-hmm.
and also like how many water line breaks that you have, i.e. expenditures. So
Okay.
the enterprise funds, for that reason, the auditors always in the past have recommended a bigger fund balance than what we would do for the general fund, because they're more volatile in terms of what can happen during the year. And so they feel more comfortable with having a bigger fund balance in those two funds compared to the general fund.
Okay.
From a percentage point of view, or how many months reserve you have,
Mhm.
they're more comfortable with a bigger fund balance than you normally would have.
Okay.
Any other questions, comments for Abel? Thank you, Abel.
Yes, sir.
Appreciate you. All right, with that, we will move on to agenda item number 5, presentation from K. Freeze and Associates regarding the Drainage Infrastructure Improvements Plan, also known as the IIP. If council will recall, we had a discussion last month, and this is related to a broader discussion over, related to bonds that we'll talk about later on this evening. But it was mentioned and is accurate to say that this current council had not had as much experience digesting the infrastructure improvement plan. You've had an opportunity to digest the water capital improvement plan, the CIP, but a number of council members have not had as much time to digest the IIP. So we asked AB to come back this evening and kind of do a refresh on that. And with that, I'll turn it over to K. Freeze and Associates, well represented by AB.
Well, good evening. My name is A.B. Salinas, and I'm with K. Freeze and Associates. Today we have a presentation summarizing the infrastructure improvement plan. This is going to be a similar presentation that was provided, I think, a couple of months ago, but if there's something specific you want to dive into, specific to this meeting, happy to try to get into that. But a bit of a background for the infrastructure improvement plan. Is that we started this in about 2019 and completed it in February of 2020. The purpose of the plan was largely to be a planning tool for the city, so to look at infrastructure within the city, mostly focused on stormwater and flood control. And then we looked at some other issues within the city, but the large focus again was on stormwater. And so we'll go through the identification of hotspot areas of drainage issues within the city, kind of the projects that we identified in conjunction with a lot of public input and feedback, and then kind of talk a little bit about where we are right now. So pausing right there, and if we can maybe enlarge that just a little bit. What you're seeing here is kind of it's a heat map of flood depth within the city for the 100-year frequency storm event. So you see Eanes Creek on the south side there of town, and as you would expect, you see darker colors, meaning larger depths, and then the lighter the colors, the shallower the flooding. But as you would expect, you would see the biggest depths there on Eanes Creek, and then there's a number of creeks within the city, these kind of fingers that come out, where there's a bunch of street and neighborhood flooding that's occurring throughout the area. So this was kind of a starting point to understand what is happening and kind of where the hotspot issues are, and then we started to break that into down into projects. So we go to the next page. This is a map representing, thank you. This is a map of the major subbasins or watersheds within the city that contribute to the areas. The cluster of problems that you kind of look throughout the city are within areas around the creek, especially there on Nixon and around Pleasant. You see that there's a number of projects that are identified all throughout there, and I think what you'll see or maybe kind of take away from this is when the city was developed, there was natural creek systems that existed due to the topography. The city and the subdivision was platted, and a lot of these areas that were once creeks then became where houses are now situated. So fast forward to where we are today, you know, we're trying to figure out how do we mitigate those solutions or mitigate those problems with some effective solutions that reduce that risk. I can go next. Whoops. All right. So we identified 23 projects as part of this plan, and we summarized them into these project sheets that just kind of describe roughly the description of the issue, a general idea of what the proposed improvements might be, and then we conceptually put together some cost estimates of what that project might cost. These numbers and solutions are very conceptual in nature. Again, it's just a planning tool to help us get to project development, so it's a starting point. It also takes into account some of the other potential impacts, whether it could be right-of-way or easement issues, if it causes potentially downstream or upstream adverse impacts. So sometimes when we have projects, we want to work from downstream to upstream to address those issues. And so just take into consideration those factors. So of the 23 projects that we looked at, we then summarized that into this table here. And again, with public input and criteria for the rankings, we came up with a prioritization list that is what's shown here. Some of the ones that are labeled as unknown, that relates to projects that fall within different jurisdictions. So the Bee Caves Road drainage improvements is a TxDOT area, so we would have to coordinate that to do that improvement. So obviously you can see the sum of the amount is it's a lot of need, and so the next step is to figure out how do we address that. The other thing to take into note here is the costs that are represented were taken in early 2020, and as we all know, a lot has changed since then. So if we move forward with project development and funding, we would ask to take a look at these projects again and update those costs so that we have the best available information to make those decisions. So where are we kind of right now? We are working on 2 projects, the Nixon Pleasant one, which I think everybody here in the room is familiar with, and then the Hubbard Hatley project, which is represented as Project R on the map. We've completed the design for both of these projects, and currently where we are is negotiations with property owners. There's some easement acquisition that needs to occur before we can begin construction. So we're optimistic that we're approaching the finish line to start turning some dirt, but that's kind of where we are right now. And so I think as part of the purpose of this presentation is how are we going to fund it? And so kind of the next steps with that is we've worked with you all to identify projects, and depending on the funding that ends up being allocated, whether that be through a bond program or other funding, is again, we'd like to take a look at these projects, make sure that they're what we call project ready. That means taking a look again at the solution that we had presented, looking at the costs and the assumptions, and see if anything has changed, those variables, and update that so that we can move forward. That is a quick flyby of the IIP, and happy to answer any questions.
And did you say that Hubbard's on here? Because I'm not, did I miss that? I'm not finding it on the list.
I think it's in a larger,
Yes.
On the
Oh.
table one, I'm just not seeing it.
He said it was R, which is it says Hatley Drive Drainage Improvements.
Right, right. So it's a little, the name is kind of
okay, gotcha,
evolved, but
gotcha.
correct. Thank you.
I think we ought to put Hatley/Hubbard on there and make it easier.
we didn't want to jinx it. Just checking. Yeah, no, that's
It's
right.
already jinxed.
All right, any other discussions for AB? I've got a couple, or at least one. You know, we've talked in the past, or at least I've made this statement in the past. You know, if this is a snapshot of issues today that built up over time. Obviously, even if we waved a magic wand and had $17.9 million, we couldn't do all of those. I mean, the two that we're working on have taken us a great deal of time to get to where we are, which is getting very close to being ready to bid those and push dirt. So very proud of those two projects, but they've taken a long time. So what is your assessment of how much of that list? Go back to the list, the full list. What is your assessment, a realistic assessment of, you know, knowing your K-Freeze's kind of workload, our staff's workload? What's a realistic thought process on how much of that list we could handle at any given time, or over the course of the next 5 years?
Sure. That's a very difficult question.
It is a difficult, and it's one that I struggle with from an administrative, executive sort of position. I would assume that council, I think council will probably struggle with that, of trying to, you know, if they see fit to try to put some dollar amount in a bond package. I mean, it's what I would struggle with if I were in their shoes. It's what I struggle with from an execution standpoint. Just trying to get a grasp on what's realistic for us to do in the, you know, I'm not going to say short term, you know, it's not a year, but in the medium term.
Right. I'll start with, you know, we're working with the city of Westlake Hills right now with their bond program. I'm trying to think off the top of my head the number of projects that we're working on, but that design schedule is roughly a year to execute all those projects ready for bid. So, you know, I would say you can do that in a year, but it depends then on some of the variables that we're talking about. So if there's a lot of easement acquisition, we're going through properties, that has been a big hang up historically. And so we would expect kind of the same thing to occur, you know, should we have that issue. So I think part of it is going through the projects and thinking which ones are the ones that we would pick and want to move forward with. And then we would take some time, I would ask that we take some time to look at that and then put together what we think would be a realistic schedule. And then, you know, you'll can make a decision how you want to proceed with that.
Okay. Artfully not answered.
I don't know.
No, I know. I'm with you. I got you. It was a tough question and it's a tough answer. No, I think that's right. And, you know, I will say, and you worked hard on this, as did others in your office. I mean, I would just say that we haven't had a lot of, you know, we haven't packed this room in quite some time over some of these issues. But I'd also point out to council, I believe that a large part of that is because we're now find ourselves in a very significant drought. And when we're in drought, these issues are not before us as much. 3 of us have been on this dais when we weren't in a drought and we were struggling with a number of these issues on a regular basis. So it's just a point to keep in mind. So, and if you know when the drought's going to end, let us know.
A lot of us would like to know. Thank you.
All right, any other questions for Amy? Alec, did you have something?
Yeah, I have one question. You mentioned your work with Westlake Hills. Can you talk a little bit more about that? Did they have did they go out and raise money through bond recently for these types of projects as well? And
Yes. So they did do a bond. I believe they separated it into a few different ones. One was for capital improvements. Another one was for maintenance. They would have had bond counsel. They went through the process of doing some public community engagement to kind of inform the citizens of the projects. And then I think it goes to council for some presentations and hearings, and then adoption, and then at that point it goes to a call for election and it goes on the ballot. And so then we started that process earlier in the year, and then it was on the November ballot. There's a number of different ways to do it, but that's just the approach they took.
okay. Did you guys have like a few specific projects identified, like it's for this, or was it a little more generic, like we just looking to raise money and it's going to be some combination of these projects?
For that one, for them, they did have specific projects selected, but everybody takes it, I think, a little bit differently, the approach. Okay. If you have any other questions, just direct emails my way.
I have one question, and are there things that Rollingwood needs to do before we can actually design some of these projects? For example, I've understood, and maybe I'm wrong about this, that because we don't have in our residential corridor any impervious cover limitations, then it becomes more difficult to design a drainage project because you really don't know what volume of water you're going to have to deal with. Are there things, is that correct? And do we need some initial design parameters, or do we work, does K-Freeze have recommendations on some initial design parameters if they're going to spend significant amounts of money on doing drainage improvements? Do we need design standards first?
Well, what we've done so far, and with the approach that we've taken, is we are designing the current infrastructure projects based off of what we're calling ultimate conditions. And the way we arrived at ultimate conditions was taking a review of recent development permits and how much impervious cover was being added to the properties, and then we took then a conservative approach to that of, I can't remember off the top of my head what that impervious amount was, but it was very high. So regardless of, you know, whatever policy or criteria the city may adopt, the design approach that we've taken is a pretty conservative one. And generally we fall follow pretty standard engineering criteria for design of creeks and storm systems. So often you're trying to keep creeks within the 100-year within the banks or the right-of-way. Storm drain systems, 25-year. That's the goal. Sometimes that's not always practical. That solution might be extremely expensive and cost prohibitive. So that's where we have to find that middle ground.
Okay.
And then I think another part to your question was, what would be the next steps moving forward? Depending on the project, some projects are pretty straightforward. We know what we need to do. Some of them are more complex. I think Nixon Pleasant is a complex one. And what we provided are some preliminary numbers and concepts of solutions. A lot of times what we do when we move forward with design is we do some preliminary engineering or schematic design work, and that helps hone in on the right approach and the right design so that we can be as cost effective with the dollars that we have.
Yeah, one more
Oh.
question
All right.
on the Nixon Pleasant. So you've done some design work on this up to this point. It sounds like we're still trying to maybe get some easements or some final loose ends tied so we can start sending this out to bid. Were the design done so that it was like with the goal of like keeping the cost minimized? I mean, I'm wondering if it was like this $5 million estimate that you had here from a 3 years ago. Is it basically the same design?
No. So the $5 million that's represented there is the full build out of all the different improvements. So we had improvements for the creek there on the backside of Nixon. I think we had identified some culvert improvements at Hatley, a storm drain system that went all the way up Pleasant, basically all the way around. We then did some preliminary engineering. We broke it up into phases. And so we have, I think, 3 phases that we've identified, and this is phase 1 of 3. So it wouldn't be to do $5 million of improvements for this phase 1, but it's to kind of chip
Got it.
away at it.
Okay.
Yeah, that's a good question. Definitely not the whole. That's the whole enchilada.
Okay. Okay.
We're doing the little baby enchilada.
The first part.
It's a nice visual. Yes.
I have a question. So when you say you're conservative in the estimates, just for clarity's sake, what I think I understood what you said was because of the level of impervious cover build out that you're basically going to the high end of the estimate of the water runoff that you're anticipating, correct? So
Yes.
So when you say your conservative estimate, you're basically estimating for us to be able to deal with to the upper end of the water runoff that you anticipate, correct?
Correct.
Okay.
Which means we could then be overestimating and over-designing our infrastructure because we don't have any limits
Right.
to back off on
Yeah.
the values that we used to estimate.
Yeah, I think that's fair. And I want to say we're looking at like, don't write this down. I mean, I think we were looking at 90% impervious cover for like future conditions depending on the area. So that's very high. It may be
Seen.
now. It could be that it's let's
Well,
say
that's because we asked them to be conservative on it.
Right,
So
Sure.
right.
we wanted a scenario that would likely never be reached.
and I would say, even if we assume 70% impervious cover for some of these contributing watersheds, like it would change, let's say, a pipe from a 18-inch to a 24-inch in some cases. I think the magnitude is not, disproportional.
But be clear, the history of this city has never been to overplan anything. So
Obviously, we understand. So one question, the new constructions are required to have retention cisterns and stuff like that. To what extent is that mitigating or alleviating any of this? Or is that even factored in because we don't really know whether those they're required to build them, but
Right, and I think they're two separate issues. The cisterns and rainwater harvesting, that is related to water quality, but then there's also the on-site detention that some of the residents have to do. That is a policy standpoint to help mitigate it, increases in flow or increases in runoff off of their property. But I think the problems that exist today are still problems that, like, it's not, whatever they do is not going to fix or better the problem.
right.
Good question.
I'm sorry, I didn't quite hear that last part.
So I think the question is along the lines of, are the infrastructure improvements that we had identified taking into account new development? And with that new development, there's a different mitigation that they provide through rainwater harvesting, through detention, and how does that impact the projects that we're looking at? And the answer to that question is that they're two separate issues. And when somebody goes in and develops their property, they're not responsible for betterment, they're just responsible for not making it worse. And so whatever they do, it's great if they help the problem a little bit, but that wouldn't be the expectation.
Okay.
Thank you again. Any other questions, comments? Thanks for taking time to come review this, give us
Sure.
a nice refresher on it.
Happy to do that.
Yeah, good
Thank
deal.
you.
Thanks, Abby. Always appreciate you.
Thank you.
And I do have an announcement for council. Good news. We do have sandwiches now. They're in the kitchen, and they're from Honeyham.
Help yourself.
Oh, never mind. Honeyham was close.
Say what?
We don't.
They're from HEB, a fine establishment, but not Honeyham. Okay, with that, we will move on to the next presentation. We'll move off of agenda item number 5, move to agenda item number 6. Presentation from K-Freeze ATS in regard to building code questions. Agenda item number 6 from June 15th council meeting. Councilwoman Brown memo dated June 13th, 2022 as follows. A, 1, setbacks is applied to upper levels and cantilevered properties. A, is the setback requirement applied only to the foundation, or does it apply as well to an upper level above foundation wall or structure and cantilevered structure above the foundation? B, who does the inspection and when is it setback compliance inspected, both the foundation and any upper level cantilevered portions of a building only when the foundation is poured and or at a time later in the building process? C, address these requirements as to the properties at 601 Riley and 3225 Park Hills. A2, residential height limitations. A, ordinance 107-71 seems to allow a height of any wall up to 35 feet as it applies to any portion of a building or structure. The ordinance 101-2 definition seems to allow any wall height of up to 10 above 35 limit in ordinance 107-71 when the lot has a slope on the natural grade and the wall being measured is less than 10 feet below the highest natural grade. Do these requirements conflict and how are they applied? B, when is height setback compliance inspected and are reference datum independently verified before a permit is issued? And C, address these requirements as to properties at 601 Riley and 3225 Park Hills. And I will recognize Councilwoman Brown simultaneously with Kay Freeze, ATS, and Ms. Wayman to address this as they see fit. Councilwoman?
Thank you, Mayor. These were issues that were identified in a memo that was presented to the council at last month's meeting. And I understand that we have a report, or we had asked Kay Freeze to address those issues, and that they're here to present a report to us.
I'll just state we have Brandon Milland with K. Freese and Associates, and we have Dondi Atwell with ATS. The memo that's in front of you is what he'll be presenting on today. This was developed by K. Freese and Associates. So Brandon, I think we'll just let you get started on this, and then Dondi, feel free to hop in on anything ATS related.
Yes, ma'am. Good evening, Council. Brandon Milland here. Would you like me to go ahead and start at the building code section?
Hey, yes, please.
That'd be great.
Okay, give me just a minute. I'm gonna load that document up here. Sorry guys, give me just a minute. My computer's lagging just a little bit. Okay, yeah, thank you all for being patient with me there. So I'm just going to go ahead and start with A, code question. Number 1 is setbacks as applied to upper levels and cantilever properties. And Councilor Brown, your question was, is the setback requirement applied only to the foundation, or does it apply as well to an upper level above foundation wall or structure, or cantilevered structure above the foundation? So I tried not to get too academic with this, but I do love this stuff. So so yeah, looked at, important thing to look at always is go to the definition. That's I've been taught that by many people, including Mr. Zek. So yeah, look at the definition. City zoning code defines the term setback as follows. The setback means the minimum horizontal distance between a lot line and the closest wall of or face of a building or foundation or projection thereof, excluding uncovered steps or unenclosed balconies or porches or cantilevered roof cornices, eaves, or fascias located on the lot. What that means in terms of the way I interpret that, to exclude roof feet, or that caveat for cantilevered roof cornices, that applies to roof features only. It doesn't apply to roof structures that are maybe designed to be like a rooftop balcony or rooftop terrace or something like that. Only to a roof structure, something that has shingles on it, purely intended to be a roof structure. So there is no distance limit on that. In my opinion, this is a definition that's been in the code for some time. Probably was intended to apply to 1950s and 60s ranch style structures where maybe you have an overhanging eave, 3 feet at the most. Based on some of the architecture I've seen coming through, there's some really unique architecture coming into the city, sort of pushing the limits of cantilevering. And so right now, my interpretation, the city doesn't have any regulation on the book to draw a limit on that. So any project that we see that has some sort of cantilevered roof structure, as long as it's not designed for people to hang out up on top, they're allowed to cantilever over the setback line. And that's just purely, that's not based on, what I think, is fair or right. It's just purely based on my interpretation of the code. So, Councilor Brown, does that answer your question? Does that make you feel better or worse?
Here's where I am. When I drafted the question, I hadn't yet studied the ordinance. And when I look back and I look at the ordinance for residential properties, instead of the term setback, the residential ordinance uses the term yard. And,
Yes,
but the definition is similar to what it is for setback. If you look at the definition of yard, that's 107-3. And it says that the yard is an unoccupied space on the lot, open and unobstructed from the ground to the sky, and then there's an exception, except for fencing, walls, or permitted projections such as cornices, eaves, porches, or landscaping. And so I think the 1A needs to address that residential use of the term yard, which defines the setback. The defined term setback, when I found it in the code, it was used for properties other than residential properties.
So, yeah, that's a great point to bring up. We've talked about that and internally And so you're bringing up something that me as a city reviewer, your city staff, and your city attorney, we're aware of that. And I'll let Charlie interrupt me if he wants to. I think my designation as a third party, my designation is the zoning administrator. So in situations like this where you do have some aspects of a zoning code that aren't clear, maybe aren't necessarily contradictory, but aren't clear, or maybe that are sort of building on each other, it's really kind of up to the zoning administrator to interpret that. And maybe another way to say it is interpret the spirit and the intent of it. And so, when you read it, as you pointed out, and when I read it, they're used synonymously. They both have the same intent. They're both intended, whether it be yard or setback, they're both intended to keep a vertical element, a wall of a structure, not necessarily a retaining wall, but they're intended to not have any type of habitable structure extending into that space. That's the way I interpret it. So if somebody came in and tried to propose something that's within the yard or the setback or whatever you want to call it, I would deny it. Is that the cleanest way to have a code? No. Is that definitely something that I would recommend be highly prioritized in future updates? Absolutely. I'll tell you, your code isn't really unique in my experience. A lot of older zoning codes. City I just came from, Leon Valley, is an older zoning code, but same age as Rollingwood. Yard was kind of pretty prevalent in older codes, and now newer codes, I call them modern codes, are really going more towards the setbacks. So do you have a clean situation there? No. Do you have a major issue? I think, and Charlie, correct me, if somebody came in and wanted to challenge the city on that interpretation, they'd always have the ability. So democracy, this is why we have zoning board of appeals. They could always appeal that interpretation of the board of appeals, whatever the board of appeals decided would kind of trump the code from that point on. And that's not the best way to do it, but definitely I'd say, and I think you'll have an item in your comprehensive plan to hit this head on. So I definitely suggest attacking that. But for right now, I think setback and yard, you've got two terms in there that have you covered.
So can you advise us now when an applicant files a permit requesting that a roof or some other part of the building extend into the setback, how is that analyzed? What is
yes, ma'am.
I think I've heard you say using setback, you would not apply that to the roof, but you would to the eave or cornice or fascia, but I'm not clear how it's being applied today in terms of permit issuance.
Yes, ma'am. We had a permit, and I looked at a lot of permits this week, so I may have the wrong address, but I think it was 301 Pleasant. We were looking at that one. And that's a real nice modern house. It's got some really unique, eye-catching eaves. And so the wall, the exterior wall is right on the setback or the yard, whatever you want to call it. It's on the, I think has a 30-foot setback, or it must maintain a 30-foot yard, whatever term you want to apply. And but then that eave that eave overhangs over that setback, probably a good 3-4 feet. And so I approved it because that eave is cantilevering. Cantilevering means it's not supported by any kind of vertical post or anything like that. So my interpretation is they can do it. That wall needs to be along the setback, but the eave can go over. And that's just the way your code's written right now.
And
not that
could that eave be a balcony or a porch?
No, ma'am. That's, as I mentioned, it's in my opinion, it's just for roof. Roof is for draining water. And so, the definition there, setback says, excluding uncovered steps or unenclosed balconies and porches, or cantilevered roof cornices, eaves, and fascia located on the lot. Again, this, I'll just tell you, there's a reason why cities have boards of adjustment, and there's a reason why local government code and state law has an appeal process because it gives the opportunity for anybody to come forward and say, you know what, I don't agree with the staff member's interpretation of that. And so in this case, my interpretation is, by that definition, it doesn't intend to allow something that is stood on or used for habitation. It doesn't allow any structure that's used for habitation to overhang into the setback. Just a roof, imagine a nice ranch style house, which, Rolling Wood's got tons of beautiful ranch style houses with those big overhanging eaves. Just the eave can go into that yard, not the wall itself. Does that make sense?
Yes. Well, then another question. We have a situation where the cantilever occurs only a few feet above the ground.
I'd have to look at that one. I'd have to look at that one specifically.
Okay.
Honestly, I
All right.
can get I'm a real visual person. You're bringing up great points, and this is, in the past we have it's kind of a game that city planners play. It's called Crack the Code, and you're coming up with lots of great questions. So this is how you write a new code, by thinking about all these possibilities. So
Well,
great point, and I'd be happy to look at that further.
in the memo, there was a question, subpart C, that asked how these rules were applied to two particular addresses. But the memo doesn't address that. Are you able to address that, those two addresses?
Oh man, let me. Okay, so I'm looking at building code questions A. Let me go down, and then in the document I sent over, I'm not seeing a C. I'm sorry.
They were in the questions that came from the last month's memo and in what was prepared for this agenda item. Subpart C says address these requirements as to the properties at 601 Riley and 3225 Park Hills.
Okay, give me just a minute. So I had looked at tell you what, I had just addressed that that back section, so maybe that was my misunderstanding on what I needed to address. But I am familiar with those two, so I didn't address that directly in your memo, but I have I do recall reviewing those, and so off the top of my head, looking at those in terms of the setbacks. And again, I'd love to have the chance to go back and 100%, dot my I's and cross my T's on what I'm saying right now. But on those, the setbacks did comply, and on those two are really good examples of what I'm going to address in the next few statements under the building code section about how building height is measured. But to my recollection, man, those two did comply with the setback requirements, and they were perfect examples of what I was talking about in terms of that roof cantilevering over. So hope that's kind of enough, and I can provide you a more detailed email or something like that regarding the specifics on this. Okay. Sorry, while I was talking to you, I was going back through. I was looking for the original memo that you'd sent out where you had mentioned that in there, but yeah. At a general level, I do recall looking at those, and from the setback perspective, they are fine, and height, I'm about to touch on that in just a minute.
Okay. All right.
So all right.
That on A, those are my questions on A. I don't know.
Yes, ma'am. You want me to jump on to B?
I don't know if anyone else on the council had any questions on that part, or
Council, any other questions on that?
No.
All right, thanks, Brandon. Keep moving.
Hey, yes, sir. Okay, so item B was who does the inspection and when is setback compliance inspected both for the foundation, any upper cantilevered portions of the building, only when the foundation is poured and or at any time later in the building process. So I'm going to read what I wrote, and I know Donnie's on the line, so I'm going to let him build on that because he is ATS here, what I'm referring to. So typically, ATS will conduct what you call a form board survey. And so that's kind of, part of the service the city offered, just to really help make sure people get their projects right. And so what a form board survey is, that's, you put form boards up and you do all the rebar and all that kind of stuff. And so that's like the last thing you do. You set all the pipes for plumbing, all those types of things. And so that's the last thing you do before you go pour the slab. And so as an interim step, cities require a form board inspection. So the inspector goes out there and looks at where the form boards are, measures the distance from whatever the setback line or property line is. It's just kind of like a stopgap, just to help people not make a major mistake that you can't go back on. And so that's usually kind of the front end way of making sure that setback compliance happens. And then, as I mentioned here, subsequently ATS will inspect the rest of the building envelope to ensure the structure was constructed according to plans in terms of the shell of the building. So that's, Dondi, did I hit that right? Is that how your process works, sir?
For the most part, the biggest thing that we do is that for an example, well, back in the old days, back in, the 80s and so on, what they would do is they do a string line where they would take a string line from property pin to property pin, and then you measure from those form boards to that string line. So that string line, you have a lot of variations. You can have the wind blowing it. It could be bowed. The builder could have the wrong property pin, have it in the wrong place, or fudge it. Put the pole in the wrong place. You measure it. It's good at the time, and so on. So it's just kind of a rough estimate. But in today's society, they do what they call a form survey. In most cases, you have a surveyor comes out and does an actual form survey. And that's a legal binding document of where that foundation, where the forms are sitting on that lot. And so that is what is used for the most part for a layout or, for a setback, inspection, so to speak, is that form survey. Without that form survey, that's almost like guessing how tall that American flag is at the back of the council chambers right there behind everybody. If you look at that flag, you can guess how tall it is, but you don't know exactly how tall it is by looking at it. So you'd have to actually measure it, to find out how tall it is. So that's kind of the same thing with the form survey. You really don't know where that actually sits on the lot without an actual true measurement, and that's where that form survey comes into effect, because that's very accurate. As far as projections, the one thing I might suggest is that in other cities where that we're involved in, as far as projections, they have those defined as not just a roof, but you also have these boxed out windows that are habitable space. You do have the balconies and so on. So they place these limitations on the projections, such as 18 inches across the build line, 20 inches across the build line, or whatever that case is. So that might be something that, the city might want to look into. The other portion is that with the building code, there are requirements, not as far as from the build line, how close you can be the build line, but it has requirements as far as fire separation and fire rating. So if you're so close to the build line, you have to have certain measures taken into place for, fire rating, such as overhangs, box out windows, or whatever the case is. But yeah, no, as far as, the forms, the setbacks, it's normally the foundation only for the most part. And that's done by form survey, and we verify that. And then and as far as projections and so on, that is a separate requirement, which I don't think there really is any at this time, if I'm correct. So.
Okay. And on the form survey, are you saying that a registered engineer establishes the property line and the setback line, or?
No, it's a licensed survey. It's a surveyor that goes out and actually performs an actual survey and surveys it from the property lines and so on.
And that is what is done currently in Rollingwood for the form survey?
Well, that's typically what we get. For the most part, yes.
Okay. And that's
We don't know. Well, okay. Let me rephrase that. Okay, in most cases, yes. If there is a project that, just say you have a really big lot and you have a foundation in the middle of that lot, where obviously just just common sense, obviously it's not encroach anywhere or anything, sometimes that's not questioned. But where it comes into play is that when you have a tight location or you have something that's questionable, that's where that form survey comes in real handy, because you can really know. But we have generally been, for the most part, requiring most of the builders to do that but to be honest with you, most of them are used to doing that anyway, because most other jurisdictions require it. So I don't know if the city actually requires a form survey, but I do know that that they're already doing it. So we've been kind of requiring to see it only in application, in situations where it's a real tight fit.
Okay.
All right, thanks, Dottie.
Let me ask this question. And when I've
Yes,
come and
ma'am.
looked at a building permit application, sometimes I've seen the plan drawn by a registered architect, and it shows property lines on it and the setback line, but I don't see anything that would be a registered surveyor establishing where those lines are.
Okay, what you're looking at, on the plans, is that's the proposed location. That is where the house is supposed to go. But that doesn't necessarily mean where the builder is actually building it or the lot, or maybe the form setters, goof. They thought, oh, well, it goes over here, and they install it. So what a form survey is, once the forms are actually erected and they're built on site, that's when the surveyor does, it's like an as-built survey, where it's actually being built at. Not just the proposed or where it's supposed to be built at, or approved to be built at, so to speak.
So, but what establishes where it's supposed to be?
Well, that is when, okay, on the front end, the builder will, it's otherwise known as like a plot plan. They will have a drawing of the lot and a drawing of where the setbacks are and so on their plot plan, and then they'll show the location of the house on that lot. So at that time during the review, Aviva Freeze is that it's looked at to where this house is located on the lot, and if does it encroach any setbacks, and so on. And if it doesn't, then it's approved. But then at that time, it goes to the builder to build it, and that doesn't, so the builder it has to be verified that's being built where it's been approved to be built with, not just accidentally 3 foot to this side or over the eave. It's got to be, verified on site where it's being built, and that's where their form survey comes in.
Okay. All right, thank you.
Man, thank you. Do you have any more questions for me on that one as well, or would you like me to move on to number 2?
I have a question, and maybe this was covered, but did I hear correctly that right now, if there's a box window or something else so say your foundation is right on the setback line, right now, if they have box windows or other structures coming out from the wall that jut over that, right now we don't have a regulation to prevent that or to address that. Is that correct?
No, sir. If somebody had a set of plans where it had box window, like a bay window, typical bay window comes out like 1.5 to 2 feet, I would call that out, because that's as I mentioned in that definition, that's a habitable area. Now if the roof that juts out from a top of a box window comes out,
Understood.
into the setback, that's fine. But anything, like yeah.
So when the form survey on a situation like that, so say the box window juts out 2 feet, the form survey would need to come back 2 feet on the inside of the maximum setback, correct?
Correct. That box window would need to be inside,
Okay,
or not in the yard.
right. Understood.
Sure. Any other questions?
The one thing I was gonna ask, has he looked at these 2 properties that you listed?
I don't know. Have you, Mr. Atwell, have you looked at the 2 properties, the 3225 Park Hills and the 601 Riley? I believe it's-
No, ma'am, I have not. It was just brought to my attention yesterday, so I plan on looking into it. Our, as far as ours, our scope would be, of course, the foundation and the form survey, and any fire rated, walls as that would be required as far as being close to the building setbacks. As far as the overhangs and so on, as it was described earlier, there's really nothing for the overhangs. But I have not been to the properties, but I anticipate on going there on Friday.
Okay.
And I have noticed, any other questions from council?
Well, and I think we're now ready for item number 2.
That's fine, but first, I've noticed
Yeah.
that Kevin, Shell, I assume.
Has his hand up.
Has his hand up. I'm sorry, Kevin, I just noticed that. If
And I
that's,
cut Shanti off, so.
it's been up longer, but I will then recognize Shanti if she still has a question. Going once, going twice, there we go.
I did not intentionally put my hand up.
Well, you were just looking for attention. What's that?
Yeah.
Oh, sorry, that is our mouse.
Oh, wow.
Apology accepted.
Wasn't
we're
you this time, Kevin.
Johnny on the spot over here. All right, Shanti, do you have a question?
My name is Shanti Jayakumar, very long time resident of Rollingwood, and I happen to have taken pictures of every single home in Rollingwood, many of them before and after, before a lot of the construction happened. So I tend to notice things a little more critically. Don't take it as a criticism, but I want to have a question answered. There is a property on Rollingwood Drive where Wallace comes and hits Rollingwood Drive. There's a property that has a cantilevered, I don't know, I'm not an engineer, so I'll use the term cantilever. Something that's overhanging, and there's like a room there or a window. It's not just a roof overhanging, it's a whole structure.
It's habitable space.
A habitable space. And it overhangs the driveway. If you probably are very familiar with it. I probably have pictures, but not here today. So not just me, many of us in the city who walk around questioned that and said, how could that be? Then there's no setback limitation per se if you just allow something to just extend over. It's not an eve. I know that much.
No, it's
So
habitable
that's
space.
my question. And that's not the only incident, not the only example that we have seen in the last new construction phases. Having built our own home in '84, we know how strict our city was in terms of observing the code. And I'm not saying they're not observing the code, but we're seeing some of it in reality that doesn't seem to meet code. And I just wanted to address that, if you
Just
could.
out of
please.
curiosity,
Thank you,
Shanti,
Shanti.
have you measured from where that build-out is? I know it's just a few feet off the ground.
No.
And it comes to the setback,
it's,
whether
yes, yes.
whether it encroaches on the yard or
Yeah.
the setback, or whether there's
Again.
plenty of room.
Again, I wish I had one of those
just
little
didn't know,
pointing things, you know, that you
Right. To
could measure. Many of us in the neighborhood have wondered, maybe we should go do that measurement because it didn't seem right. But again, not to be critical, but I would like that to be answered.
Just to know.
So people know, yes, it's okay, no, it's not. Okay, thanks, thank you.
Well, yeah.
Thank you.
and I have the address if Brandon wants to write it down and look at that, but it looks like it's 2810 Rollingwood Drive, or maybe
That is.
4813. What the hell?
Oh,
I'm confused now.
Oh, no, yeah.
it's 2810.
Why is it saying that there?
I don't know, but that's the one I called about this
Okay.
morning.
Okay.
All right, let's,
2810.
yeah. Brandon, if you want to keep rolling to wherever we are.
Yes, sir. Yes, sir. Okay, number 2. Okay, so we've talked about setback. Now we're going to get into height. Get even more detailed discussion. Okay, so Councilor Brown, your question was Ordinance 107-71 seems to allow a height of any wall up to 35 feet as it applies to any portion of a building or structure. The Ordinance 101-2 definition seems to allow any wall of a height up to 10 feet above a 35-foot limit. In Ordinance 107-71, when the lot has a slope and a natural grade of the wall being measured is less than 10 feet below the highest natural grade. Do these requirements conflict, and how are they applied? So yeah, the city's code, won't beat around the bush. The city's code when it comes to height, it's kind of a mind-bending activity, and that's definitely something that we can work on in some future code updates. So you have to look at a few different places in the code to find your way to how to apply the regulation. So you're absolutely correct. Ordinance 107-71 establishes a maximum permissible height of 35 feet for any portion of a building or structure. But that section doesn't provide the basis for what you're measuring that 35 feet from. So that's where you have to go and start your it's almost kind of a legal activity of looking at the definitions. The first stop you need to make is looking at the definition of building height. So in the city code, it says building height. The definition says establishes the elevation. Let's see here, lost my place. Building height.
I can read it.
Just yeah, I'm looking at. I thought I had it in my statement here, but I have it up
The
in the
vertical
code, right?
distance above a reference datum measured to the
Yes,
highest point
ma'am.
of a building.
You beat me to it. Yes, ma'am. And so, yeah, it says the reference datum shall be selected by, so you have two options when you're selecting that reference datum. One option is you take the elevation of the highest adjoining original native ground surface within a 5-foot horizontal distance of that exterior wall. So you're taking that exterior wall and whatever that elevation is, you're going up 5 feet. And then you go down to wherever that original native grade is. And so you can base it off of that point, provided that point is no more than 10 feet above, the surface is not more than 10 feet above the lowest grade. And so, this is kind of the key thing here. So now you have to say, okay, well, what's the lowest grade? The lowest grade of what? So that's kind of it. You still have to keep looking and to figure out, okay, well, where am I basing the lowest grade on? And so then the next step you have to do is go to the definition of grade, where it says grade means the elevation of the original or finished surface of the ground, paving, or sidewalk within the area between the setback lines of the lot. And so so basically it kind of gives the job of the architect or the engineer that's working on it. They can establish that datum, or they establish that datum off the lowest grade, but the lowest grade within the buildable area, the setback area of the lot. So it wouldn't be based on the lowest grade that say right at the property line, because that's not within the buildable area. So that's what you base that datum on. So that's that first option. Or the second option is an elevation of 10 feet higher than the lowest grade when the original native ground surface described above is more than 10 feet above the lowest grade. So, did I lose you guys? Like, it's kind of a difficult equation, but at the end of the day, what you're doing is it's trying to base that reference point off the lowest point of the natural grade, because it's assuming, okay, maybe you have a hill that's going down to another house, and the whole idea is you want to establish that datum at the lowest point, so it doesn't create the opportunity for whatever's going in next door or potentially further up a hill to tower over, or to allow an architect to, or an engineer to pick a point that's the highest point so they can get the most height out of the building, and then in effect towers over the house next door. And so it's a little bit difficult equation. Happy to answer any questions on that, but that's how that's applied. Establish 35 feet, then you look at, then all sets of plans that come in, they always have to have that datum. We check for that datum. If they don't give us the datum, they don't get approved, and those plans go right back to the architect till they give us the datum. And that datum point is prepared based off of contours prepared by a licensed engineer or surveyor. Happy to take any questions on that.
This is Brooke again.
Yes, ma'am.
Is there a verification done before the building starts of the reference datum?
There's a verification that is done during the plan review process. Yes, ma'am. We check that in the plans. And so during the review process, let Dondi jump in here. During the review process, there is an aspect of depending on the information you've been given. The only thing that we could do at Cape Breeze, or that ATS could do when you're reviewing a set of plans, is go out there and do the survey yourself. But that's the purpose of having.
Is it checked just on that the plan has a number for it, or is it checked that the number is correct for the point on the property that it's referencing? I mean, is there
both?
Is there a check back to the actual property point?
So the survey, every single set of plans, whenever somebody submits a building permit, you always have to provide a survey with it. And in that survey information is typically what an architect or an engineer works off of. When you start a project, you start off with a base level set of plans. And so usually it's the surveyor's information. So that's what the professionals are working off of. And all that information is provided in the plans that we get. Plans that we get, they always have the contours, they always have the elevations. It will say 541 feet, 542 feet, 543 feet. You can see where the wall is, so we can look and see what height elevation the wall's at versus exactly where the datum's at, and the datum reference point will always give the elevation number. That'll put 540 or 531.8. So when we review the plans, we're able to look at what the elevation data is, and we're able to do the math and correspond that math with the walls and built features that we see are being proposed. So that's the review process. Moving on to once the plan's been approved and the construction starts, and you get to say the form board survey part, I'm going to let Dondi answer there, because that's that's kind of after the plans are approved, unless there's like a major drainage type of construction feature, that requires an engineer to inspect. Usually from that point on, everything is inspected, and ATS handles all that. So, Dondi, are you able to jump in on that part?
Yeah. So basically, the building height. We have a suggestion here too, possibly, but we don't. We inspect building code stuff. We don't typically, inspect ordinance type deals unless instructed or contracted to do so. But so on if it's permitted, we assume that, what they're building on the height, it meets the requirement, as far as, their height and topo and so on, like you described. But I know that some of these things are in question, like maybe, some of these addresses, in height. What I might suggest possibly is that obviously if you have like a 1-story home and low pitch roof, you're not going to go over 35 feet. So maybe not require anything on that. But when we get to plan review stages to where we have a 2-story or something that is getting close to that 35 mark or within a certain number of that, maybe one of the requirements that they will have or you can require is that they have the surveyor do a height survey on those specific homes just to make sure they're not exceeding that 35 feet. Because just looking at it, I mean, you can see it's high, but you don't really know how high it is unless you physically measure it, and you'd need a surveyor to do that part.
So with some homes, we've seen it's essentially a 3-story home, and they have dug down to put in a room and a garage on the property. So is there a measurement taken from the bottom of, say, a garage? It's obviously not the same foundation as the house, but it's down below, and there might be a separate room down there as well. Is that measurement taken from the bottom of the garage, for example, to the rooftop?
No, ma'am. It's going to be taken from that grade as defined.
So what is the maximum height from, conceivably, just the possibility, the maximum height from, say, the bottom of a garage to the top of the roof? What could it conceivably be? 45 feet?
There's no requirement there. It's just from the grade.
Just 35 feet from the grade.
And for the most part, yes. As far as that part is written, yes.
And the terminology for grade,
like
the
for
actual
example,
grade or the finished grade? What does that mean? The original grade or the finished grade? What does that mean?
well, I'll there's a lot of go ahead.
Yeah, I can help. So original grade is, a lot of these terms are used interchangeably. So original grade basically is the same thing as native grade. How was the earth before anybody disturbed it? Finished grade is going to be, what the property's been engineered to. And so that's where, these different datum options come into play here under this definition of building height, because it's trying to, it's the idea of this, if you look at the definition of building height, number 1 and number 2, the idea is that the code is trying to keep the natural topography of rolling wood as natural as possible and limit the amount that people are disturbing steep slopes and trying to change the steep slopes to create flat land, or trying to build it up a little bit so they can get additional height. So that's why you've got these two, what I would call sort of stop gaps here, that keep people from changing the native grade to a different finished grade. So that's the difference between those two terms. Finished grade means what you created. So I think, when I look at these definitions, it's a little difficult, when you're looking at it for the first time. It's a little complex, but I'll tell you, they're good. They're detailed regulations. I think the thing is, and it sounds like, based on your questions, Councilor Brown, maybe the next step is, incorporating some sort of, a similar process as Donnie was mentioning, that you have for the horizontal aspect, with the form board. When you're checking that, you're looking at the horizontal, if you got your X and your Y axis, right? Y'all got it covered the city's got it covered when it comes to looking at the X axis for the horizontal, making sure it's not too close to the setback or the property line. But I think probably the next step is incorporating some sort of height check where you're, like you said, you're looking at natural undisturbed grade. Okay, where's that finished floor elevation going, and where's the first plate height? You can measure to the plates and into the roof, so there can. But I mean, I read these definitions. I don't recommend changing them. They're great. They're complex, but they're really good. Unless y'all want to change the 35 feet to 30 or something like that. But as far as the practice here, it's a good practice.
Well,
Complex
it's
as it
hard
is.
to, it's hard to, we have one situation where a house is now a 4-story house. 1 story for garage and 3 stories above.
Right.
And the question is, how can that be compliant? So that's one of the 2 properties.
Right. And we've looked at those. You know, Lauren and I, Lauren's a colleague of AB's of mine. We've looked at that. I apologize. That's my chow barking. I'm at home. So yeah, we've looked at that, and so yeah, we looked at the data that they provided. That's within the setback area, and it looks like it's pretty much right on, at least in terms of what they proposed. Give or take a few inches. That, it's a small half a wheelbarrow full of dirt would potentially take it one way or the other. But it's right on.
Well, has an actual
So-
measurement been done? Height
Not an actual
verification?
height measurement, but if there's concern about the plans are fine. So that would be the next step, is actually going up there and measuring it.
And one other question then, what is it uncommon or common for cities to have a requirement that the height of a finished residential structure be surveyed as built before an occupancy permit is issued?
I'm gonna guess that it's not uncommon. I've never worked for a city where they do it, but I've also never worked for a city that has the magnificent hills that you guys have, where houses are close together. Y'all are kind of unique. You're a hilly place, but you also have houses that are pretty close together too. So I think it makes sense. Where you, especially if it's redeveloping. I've worked for places that are hilly, but they're a little bit less dense, so there's a lot of room, so people aren't as worried about it as much. But in your city, I think it's a great idea. Just the question is how to cover the cost of it. I think you have a pretty robust height requirement here in your code, and unless you're going out there and checking it, it's hard to make sure. So, but I think it's a reasonable thing to do to make sure that the code's being followed.
And I see, and I guess this is, Brandon, this is your recommendations that are on the last page of the memo, or Kay Freeze's.
Yes, ma'am.
That there are ways that you could do post-construction height verification.
Yes, ma'am.
And what do those cost, if you know?
I wish I knew. I can't tell you. Happy to do some research for y'all.
I guess, is there, what is the plan for addressing the concerns about those 2 particular properties?
We are in the process of ordering I guess, I don't know if it's survey or inspection, but height surveys. So we are working with a surveying company currently to get bids for those. And I think it's taken a little bit longer up front just because we do kind of have those sort of complex grades and where it would need to be measured to ensure that it complies. But I think that could be an easier practice in the future once we have it down. But we are in the process of ordering those.
Just for those 2 properties?
Yes, ma'am.
Again, Shanti Jayakumar, 3309 Park Hills Drive. I have one last question, and this could be an attorney question. Our code, I thought at one time specified that we cannot have a building more than 3 stories high. I do not know how now I understand what's going on, but I thought the code has not changed as far as specification that we have a limitation of 3 stories. Can we verify that at some point?
We're happy to look at it. I
Yeah.
think it's always been 35 feet. I think that's, is it not?
I think it was 30 feet, and there was, I thought that we didn't allow 3 stories. I thought it was only 2 stories.
Okay.
I could
But I
not
was-
find
I
a
was-
limitation in the residential code
I
on
was looking
stories.
for it right now, and I'm not
I
finding it.
Although we
remember
have,
when-
we do have it in the commercial corridor.
When I served on the council, we looked at some of these codes. We had it called as Chapter 11 back in the day, before we recodified. And it had all those limitations, and it said 3 stories, 35 feet total. Again, measurements have changed, I think,
Right.
or how they measure
Right.
now. But I just like to know whether we still are bound by the 3-story definition, or just by the 35-foot as explained in, by the engineers.
I just did a word search in the
Uh-huh.
city's code by putting the word stories
Uh-huh.
into it.
Yeah.
And there is a stories height limitation in the park zoning district, in the government and institutional zoning district, in the C1 and the C2 zoning district, but there is no story limitation in the residential zoning district,
Only the 35 feet,
only the 35 feet.
but it doesn't say how it
no.
can be. Okay.
When
For
did it
instance,
switch from 30 feet to 35? You know what, because I think that was before my time on council.
well, we concurrently served for some time,
Right.
part of that, so.
But I mean, it was
Sarah
always
too.
35,
Mhm.
No, 30.
Well,
I mean, while we were on.
Right.
well,
remember
Sarah
it was
and
30
we
when I
served
first
at the same
bought the
time.
house.
And the reason this is a very critical is
Mm-hmm.
because of the privacy requirements of the neighboring houses. With these buildings towering over existing home, it's kind of very tricky for the homeowner to have a sense of privacy with both sides sometimes, very tall buildings. And that's causing that's why I came in and spoke to you all last month under citizen comment. People are really upset, rightfully so, because property values have gone up tremendously. Taxations, I mean, TCAD is not giving us any, they're estimating our property values based on these bigger houses right next door. So we are caught in a bind, the long-term residents, I mean. We're happy with our homes, but just not happy with the way construction is causing people to have, even with our generous setbacks of 30, 20, 10, 15, which again, I don't know whether we are observing all that. So it's a very serious concern, Mr. Mayor, and to the council. I appeal to you to go wherever it needs to go. I know Mr. Melland, I think, said we have very good, what do you call it? Regulations or something. But it's yielding, what it's yielding on the land out there is not a good situation. So whatever you guys can do to ameliorate these concerns of citizens who are throwing up their hands and saying, oh, that ship has sailed. That's a conversation that's going on in the community. And that's why I wanted to alert you all to, hey, we want to have a bond election, we want to do all of this, but let's take care of some basic stuff, like making sure the neighbors don't have to be unhappy about the properties going up next to them.
It's on our agenda for tonight,
Okay.
to start talking about this very thing.
Well,
And we
and
If we get there.
well,
Yes.
while we have our 2 engineering firms here, I have one last question, and that is, what controls how tall your foundation can be? We
I'll-
have,
Yeah, Dondi,
Okay.
you're the building guy. I might.
Well,
want this
there
to you
isn't.
first.
Well, there's no, in the IRC, there's really no requirement for the height. As far as building story height, in the IRC, it is basically it's designed as all buildings with the scope of the IRC are limited to 3 stories above grade plane. So that's the definition. So it doesn't. There's no limitation on how high, that the foundation is. There's nothing in the code that limits that. As far as it does read overall height, but not for the foundation height.
Okay.
But the overall height includes the foundation height, isn't
Yes.
that correct?
Brandon, is that how the code is being applied?
Yes, ma'am.
Okay. Thank you.
Yes, ma'am.
All right. Thank you, Brandon. Thank you, Dondi, for that thorough breakdown. Are there additional questions on item number 6, presentation?
The only question I have, Mr. Mayor, is I thought we were going to get a report at this meeting for the 2 properties that were mentioned. And so do we need another resolution, or do we need some other formal action by the council to ensure that we get that by next month?
Thought that I heard that Dondi is looking at 601 and 3225 on Friday, and that inspections are being ordered for the same 2 properties.
Well, what I heard from Ashley, and maybe I misunderstood, was that she's working on trying to find someone who might be able to do a height survey.
I think they found them.
We found them. It's just a matter of getting quotes and getting them the information they need so they know what they need to produce for us.
Okay.
But it's in process.
Well, I'm just disappointed we don't have it tonight, because I think we're set up to address these issues tonight, and it's, another month from now, we'll have more permits issued that have some of the same flaws as current permits, if you believe that these height limitations are problematic. And
I
so
guess
we
I'm
don't
confused
have
with
one.
what hasn't been provided.
As I understood the action from last council's meeting, it was that the staff would have our city engineers review those 2 properties for both the setback limitations and the height limitations under our current code. And we would know at this point then whether or not either of those properties is not compliant.
Oh, okay. I'm sorry. Go ahead, Brandon.
Thank you, Mayor, and thank you, Councilor Brown. Just to answer the last question. So, in my review of it, I think the outstanding question is did these builders build the structures according to the plans that they submitted and promised that they would build them by? And I think that's kind of and so your city manager is coordinating inspectors that are going to go out and inspect that, because that's really always a big question. The city can only do so much on the front end. We review, we implement the codes and regulations, and we permit things when the plans are compliant. We permit them with the expectation that the professionals are going to build them as they say they are. Whether that happens 100% of the time, that's why we have inspectors. And so that's really the next step on this is checking and saying, okay, they established this datum and it checked out, the 35 feet checked out. Does it in the plans now? Does it check out in reality? And so that's the next step. So hopefully, and I'm available. You can email me anytime if you have some more questions about how we do things on the front end. Hopefully we cleared things up for you about how things are done on the front end, that you feel comfortable with how we're implementing the codes. It's just, all right, we can, are these builders holding up their part and doing the right thing out in the field?
And I think there's one other question, and that is for these projections in cantilevers, is what they've built. You know, let's say, is the plan that allows them to build a cantilevered roof that goes the full width of the setback, is that allowed by our code? Because we need to know that to know what we need to modify if that's a problem.
Yeah. So
one of
that's a really great
properties-
question. Oh, I'm sorry.
One of the properties, the 3225 Park Hills, the roof, the cantilever, the roofs extend the full width of the setback for some portion of the setback.
Yeah, that's a great question, and really it kind of goes.
So-
It comes down to like what I was saying earlier. You know, this is why cities update their zoning codes, because they modernize them, as you would say, because y'all's code was written for, you know, houses that were built in the 50s and 60s, the beautiful ranch style houses where architects weren't trying to push the envelopes of, you know, cutting edge residential architecture. And you guys have some pretty unique houses that are being built now, and architects are pushing the limits of your code. So, you know, is there something in the code that says you can't cantilever the entire yard? No, there's not. You know, and you know, if that one, so, you know, I'd say that might be, if that's the fear, that's an infirmity in your code that, you know, I would address sooner rather than later.
Yeah.
Because it doesn't say no cantilevering a roof, you know. I mean, we can say they can't do it if they wanted to party on it. No, they can't do that. But if they wanted to have a roof that, you know, just got rained on and that's it, and they wanted to extend it across their setback, it'd be hard for me to find something in the code to point to tell them no.
And that's the kind of information we need if that's the way, you know, two different people might read this exception for projections and say, it says everything but the roof. It's got the cornice and the eave, but it doesn't say roof, so roof's not an exception. It's just the outer edge of the roof that would be the exception. But, you know, it is what it is. I think what we would like to get back is both what's been done and the advice on, if you don't think that this is good for our community, here's the problem in the code that needs to be fixed.
Yeah. Speaking as someone that got a master's in architecture, architects like to push the limits of rules, and they like to create exceptional architecture. So I'd recommend you tighten up that regulation. And we can help with that.
Okay. So to answer your question, Councilwoman, I think the desk reviews have been done on both of those properties.
Desk reviews?
The desk to look at the paperwork, the plans. I expect by the end of this week to know, you know, Dondi's piece, and then we will follow back up with you as soon as we get the height surveys ordered, which I think would be in short order.
I'd like the follow-up to be to the council, not just me.
Well, that's 30 days away, but I will do both. How's that?
Okay.
Okay. Any other questions on
I guess
6?
the only
Well-
other thing,
Oh, go ahead.
one other thing I was wondering is if you have a house that's built and it's flat, the roof is flat, and they've put in a rooftop where you can gather people up there. What kind of limitations might there be on later putting on, say, an arbor, or putting on some sort of shade structure or something up there on top of the roof? Is there anything? I mean, if you get a set of plans that has a rooftop that's going to be used as a terrace, to, have gatherings and so forth up there, are there any restrictions on that?
Yeah, I'd say, you know, so you're saying hypothetically, like if there was a roof that cantilevered into the setback and it's just a roof, it's not designed to be, you know, a terrace or anything, or a rooftop balcony, and they submitted a set of plans to converted into a rooftop balcony, how would we address that? Is that
Okay,
kind
or
of your
you
question,
got-
like converting
let's just
an
say-
over a cantilevered roof into a balcony that isn't one?
Well, that's part of it, but I'm
Yeah.
asking also, in addition to that, if you have the structure itself, the home,
Mhm.
is, as you mentioned, pushing the envelope in terms of the height, is there anything preventing them from later, and the plans show that it's going to be used as a rooftop. I know that sometimes they don't, but it's gonna be used as a rooftop, and then somebody later coming and putting things on top of that terrace up top. Is there any kind of oversight of that sort of thing?
Not a
Yes,
thing.
ma'am. Well, they'd have to get a building permit to make those improvements. And if they, as long as they weren't constructing anything that exceeds the 35 feet, they could do it. But if they were trying to put some sort of like pergola structure up on the roof and that exceeded the 35 feet, they'd have to provide a permit for that. We'd catch it in the review and say, no, you can't do that.
Yeah, only if they turn in a permit.
Right.
Right.
Only if they show
Right,
in
yeah.
a permit, that's what they're gonna do.
Right.
But if the rooftop is suitable for outdoor space,
And again, it's another one of those as-built
yeah.
inspections that's needed.
Well, I think we've had some that have been put in
Later.
after the CO and the people have moved in, and it's just gotten put up there, and it was outside of the permitting process.
Well, thank you for your report. That,
Yes, ma'am. Thank y'all. Glad to help. And y'all have a great evening.
Thanks, Brandon. Thank you, Dondi.
we're working on it.
Sure, ma'am.
Appreciate both of you. Y'all get some rest. Your work is not done.
Will do, sir.
All right, thank you.
All right, thank you.
Good night.
And with that, we will move on to agenda item number 7 under presentations. Presentation from city staff regarding building permit issues. 4 through 8 from the Councilwoman Brown memo dated June 13th, 2022, issue 1. 16 active bills and demolitions with no posted permit, 205 Ashworth, 2801 Hubbard, 304 Almerian, 303 Bettis, 302 Bettis, 601 Riley, 104 Riley, 102 Riley, 200 Vale, 301 Vale, 5015 Timberline, 4917 Timberline, 4815 Timberline, 1003 Ewing, 1004 Laura Lane, 3018 Hatley, issue 4. 5 properties where construction and other materials have been left on street on a recurring basis and or materials stacked on drip line existing trees, 3200 Park Hills, 4701 Timberline, 3207 Park Hills, 2801 Hubbard, 301 Nixon, 301 Vale. Issue 5, 1 property where a construction fence has been erected at curb on corner lot blocking views of traffic on intersecting street, 2500 Farley Trail. Issue 6, 1 property where salvage materials have been left with public view after lot was demolished. Issue 7, 1 commercial property where construction debris has been dumped in the back of the property and was spilled over the silt fence and onto adjacent property, 2802 Bee Cave Road. Issue 8, 1 property on the edge of the of a drainage channel with no silt fence, 3225 Park Hills. And I will recognize Ms. Wayman for said report.
Thank you, Mayor. All right, in front of you is a memo that goes over these different concerns and what staff has done currently and how they've been addressed. Item 1, building permit issues. There in blue is listed for each property the action that was taken. I can go through each one if that will be helpful, but it appears that for all of them, the permit has been posted that it was missing a permit. I will say for a lot of those, they were in various stages of some of them might have thought they had an expired permit and were waiting for us to renew. And we had that discussion about permit expiration dates and whether those were allowed as our code had written them. So we worked to get all of those settled and have an issue date on the permits to try to comply more with our code and the updates we've made. So for all of those there, the permit has been posted unless there was, a potential kind of address concern of where it was, or if they didn't have a permit currently issued to them. There can be lots that are demolished that are no longer under demo that may appear to still be under construction but aren't. So for those, it appears that all of those on the list have been taken care of. If there are no questions on item 1, I will skip down to item 4. As the memo noted, 2 and 3 were pulled. Those were for us to be bringing back this ordinance that we have later in the agenda, updating the building permit expirations. Item 4 is 5 properties where construction and other materials have been left on a street on a recurring basis and or materials stacked up in the drip line of existing trees. For those that had, I guess, kind of historic issues with storing materials on the street, those have all been addressed at the time of the actual violation, and we don't have any record of further reported incidents on those. As far as drip lines go, and then of course the 2801 Hubbard, we are aware of ongoing issues with that property, and those are things we do hope to work to address with the property owners and the responsible parties in the coming weeks. We had just gotten Nikki on board a couple weeks ago, and so these will be good first ones to tackle with our code enforcement process. We also do plan to send a notice to all active builders and contractors, letting them know about that we will, just a reminder of sections 101, 253A and B regarding the drip lines and not storing things in the street. Item 5 was 1 property where a construction fence has been erected at a curb on a corner lot blocking views. We have contacted the owner of the property, and he agreed that it was obstructing view and has been notified and will be moving the fence. There's sometimes kind of a 5 or 6 day delay in getting someone out there to move that fence if they had a company come put those fences out for them. So that is on the way to getting removed and remedied. Item 6, 1 property where salvage materials have been left within the public view after lot was demolished. We have reached out to that property owner, and they are working on getting those materials removed from the public view. Item 7, 1 commercial property where construction debris has been dumped in the back of the property and has spilled over the silt fence and onto adjacent property. As kind of noted in the memo, there have been some improvements since the initial complaint. The situation was enforced on at the time and improved. Currently, we're not sure if Austin Energy had any role in causing the additional issues during tree removal in that area, and so we do intend to follow up with them again on this property. Item 8, 1 property on the edge of a drainage channel with no silt fence. We did reach out to our city engineers on this to make sure we had the correct interpretation of our code and their plans, and they did mention that yes, the erosion control measures should be maintained to prevent silt, sediment, etc. from leaving the site in compliance with our code. So the contractor was contacted about the lack of erosion control measures. He was issued a warning, and he has already brought the erosion control measures into compliance.
Thank you, Ms. Wayman. Any questions for Ms. Wayman on these items?
Here's my question. When a number of these say that this violation was enforced on at the time, what does that mean?
For those that were materials left in the street, these were ones that once we were notified of it, we contacted the property owners, and I believe we gave them 4 hours to remove the materials that were left in the street, and all of them complied within that time frame.
Yeah, the problem has been, this, the 3200 Park Hills, that happened 3 different times on that property. And I know that a neighbor down the street on Nixon called once, a neighbor across the street from me called once. The next day I went back and it was done again, but there's no citation that's been issued to that contractor. So does enforcement mean you just sent someone and said, you need to get this out of the street within 4 hours? What happens when there's this repeated violation?
Well, what we've,
Same thing with the one across the street on Park Hills. There was 2 or 3 days in a row where it caused a serious safety issue because cars had to go around what was in the street on a blind hill.
yeah, as we've discussed in the past, what we've instructed the PD to do on repeat offenders, and it's been since we've had this discussion the last couple of months, is to, on repeat offenders, issue a citation. To first time out, give them 4 hours to move it. If it happens again, by that same person, to issue a citation on it.
Well, and who's the person? Are you contacting the contractor that's managing the building on the lot? Or, you know, sometimes I've understood, well, we've been back and nobody was there, or it was cleaned up, or the guys, the only people there was the hourly workers for the landscaper. So what's happening with respect to repeated violations by some of these contractors who have multiple lots across the city, and they've had multiple violations, but there's not really been any true enforcement other than, we found you again, clean it up. You know, what,
Well,
when do we get serious?
Yeah, well, to be
with
honest,
any of
we
these?
have been serious with heightened enforcement on this particular issue, and we actually haven't had any repeat offenders since we got serious about the enforcement. So I don't have an answer
So
for
what
you.
is that timeline you're
In the last
saying?
we've talked about it the last 2 months, and so in the last 60 days, we've really heightened the enforcement as requested by the council, and so we really haven't had the repeat offenders that you're talking about since we've begun to have these discussions that you've helped us lead the last couple of months.
Last Saturday, I was driving to run my errands. We had people working at the 601 Riley property on Saturday until 1 o'clock in the afternoon.
Did you submit an email to the,
I called the non-emergency number. The officers came out. By the time they came out, the guys had either hidden inside or gotten in their truck on the street.
okay,
They said they would check back later in the day. But, you know, those
the
are the
PD did?
Yes, uh-huh.
Okay, so, I don't know what, so you saw a violation, you called it in.
By a
we-
contractor that does work across the city,
But
and
we-
he knows better.
And we immediately responded, correct? PD immediately responded.
Yes.
And then there was no one there to issue the citation?
And the contractor's not called. The workers aren't there, but the contractor is not called.
Okay.
There are photographs of all this. I mean, ask the neighbors, they heard all of it. They were out in the street talking about it. They knew that workers had been there. They're just, the contractor would probably know workers had been there. But that's not who's being called in, and if nobody's on that property the minute the police show up, they're not doing anything. There's no contact back to say, you've had people out here again on a Saturday, and
Ma'am, I'm happy to, and I don't know the specifics on this particular one, I'm happy to visit with the PD. It's difficult. It's difficult when you respond immediately and there's no one. I'm not sure what the outcome. I mean, I trust you. I trust the neighbors, but that's what I know and what I can prove are two different things.
you could prove it though if you had if the officer had taken statements, I can send the video, the little photograph I took, which is probably what caused them to go hide in the house. The officer says, yeah, they do this, they go hide. You know, they get a report, but there's no follow-up. The real the person who's not doing the job is the contractor. And the contractor can be advised that you've had people, whether you knew it or not, your gate was unlocked and open, it should be locked. It's unlocked and open, and people are working there on Saturday. We're issuing you a citation. If you want to explain to the judge why you didn't know this, you can go do that. I mean, it seems to me a no-brainer to, when you've had a repeat violation or a situation where the officer can take the time to ask the neighbors, we heard this violation, they weren't here when we got here, did y'all hear them this morning? Yeah. They've been here since 8 o'clock, you know. We've had a violation, a repeated violation on Park Hills. You know, it's a situation where the, either the contractor has to have allowed the person to on the property or know that they're on the property. And we're not, you know, the officer doesn't have to apprehend the person that's physically on the scaffold to say, contractor, you've had someone out here working on a Saturday morning, you know, our ordinance doesn't allow that because it's posted on the
No, they
fence."
don't, but they certainly need to see something going on, and I'm not arguing, I'm sure it can be investigated, but like
Yes,
the
it
other
can be
one,
investigated.
the other one that you're familiar with,
Yeah.
a citation was issued at 7:05, and it was issued to the responsible party, so there wasn't a need to,
It was issued the next day, the
Right.
next Monday or
Right.
Tuesday. That person, the police called that person in.
right,
He wasn't at that job site,
right,
but a citation was issued, yes.
right.
That's
I think we're
one
agreeing.
instance where,
That
that's
was
one
observed by
instance
the
where it's
officers.
happened like it should.
Right.
Right.
And we can, our office can get with staff and with the PD and in those situations where, cause in a typical situation, our evidence, cause remember, this is a criminal offense. We can't just go into court and say
I
they did it.
understand that completely.
Okay, so.
That's why I want a code enforcement officer that's a licensed police officer, and that's on our agenda tonight.
And so what can occur is if the officer, because typically it is our officers that observe the offense, and so it is our officers that then provide the testimony at trial that assist in conviction. If the officers do not in the example you gave, they run and they hide, so they're not working. So the officers are not observing the offense.
But they can
So
take statements.
yes, if you'll just let me finish, and then I'll get to my point.
Okay.
I'm probably not going as quickly as you'd like me to. I'm just trying to explain it for everybody. And so they can take witness statements, and then those witnesses would obviously, if it goes to trial, those witnesses would obviously have to come down to court and testify on their behalf. And so there's a way for that to be accomplished, and we can work with the city staff and with the police to ensure that those procedures are in place and those things can happen. The other thing that can happen is either yourself, if you observe it, or neighbors, if they observe it. And I know this is not something we always like to have to do, but they could always go down to court and file a complaint on their own with the court. And then the prosecutor can decide as to whether or not they're going to take that complaint based on the complaint that was filed by the neighbors. So there are other options other than just calling the police as well. So, but we can work with the police department to, make sure that we have a process in place to assist in enforcing these.
Thank you, Charlie. I guess I was not aware of that last point that you made. Could you also
We need a form.
give us some more specifics on that
Some
in
guidance.
case a homeowner is perhaps interested in that option?
Yeah, well, I can. I'll bring something.
An
that can
easy
be-
how-to,
Yeah,
like
an
that.
easy how-to, so that how that can be accomplished. But anybody can go down to the court, and if they believe that a code is being violated, and file a complaint, especially if they're willing to testify to it, because they would have to testify to the.
But let's talk about that. Do you really, we've had this situation where 6 Saturdays in a row, a contractor was working on a Saturday. 6 Saturdays in a row, the police were called. 6 Saturdays in a row, the workers left. But that resident and all the neighbors were inconvenienced by something that our police officers can enforce. But it wasn't done. We've not had a push to have anyone actually get serious about enforcement of our existing codes when we have them.
And it's just not true, because I have personally, out of these lips, asked PD to issue citations for repeat offenders just as you described. If that has happened, if what you've described is continuing to happen in the last 60 days since I gave that directive,
I didn't
then
know you'd given that directive.
I've said it. I can go
And
back.
if it could be made known publicly.
I've said it
that is
publicly
the
in
dir-
this meeting. I've said it. I can go back and find the timestamp from previous meetings. I'm happy to reiterate that with them, and I will do that. And if any of that you've described has happened again in the last 60 days, let me know, because I honestly thought that we were doing a much better and heightened job of enforcement on those issues that you described.
Well, I think what part of the concern is, maybe others on the council have heard this, I haven't heard what direction you've given to the police. And so it's hard for me when I see something and, drive by, it's hard for me to know what your standard has been or what your directions have been to the police. And I'd love to hear that. I think the community would love to hear that. And
Look at the timestamp. I just said it. So, I mean, that's what I just said is what I've...
And you would include for these repeat offenders that citation, that the contractor be called in for that citation, not the person on the property.
We had a discussion just the other day that I said, just issue it to the responsible party. That's going to be the easiest and most consistent way to stay consistent with the policy on the enforcement, is to issue it to the responsible party. That is what the form's for.
Okay.
That's why we have the form. That's why we've now collected all the forms. Issue it to the responsible party.
All right. Okay, thank you.
Yes, ma'am.
It's good to know.
Yes, ma'am. Other questions on any items under this agenda item? All right. Hearing none, we'll keep moving to the consent agenda. Before I entertain a motion on this, I'd like to first ask someone to voluntarily pull agenda item number 9, discussion of possible action on an agreement with Travis County to conduct the City of Rolling Woods elections. We thought that we would have that for your review. Had we had it for your review, it would have been a consent agenda item, but we don't have it.
I so
We'll
moved.
have it next month.
Well, and I would like to pull item number 8 because I have not had time to read the minutes.
Okay. Let me first entertain the motion by Roxanne to pull agenda item number 9. Is there a second? We have a second by Ms. Hudson. Is there discussion? All those in favor say aye.
Aye.
Opposed say no. Being 5 ayes, no nays, motion carries. Agenda item number 9 is pulled. Ms. Brown, did you have an additional motion?
Yes, I would like to pull item number 8. I have not had a chance to read the minutes.
You have a motion to pull item number 8.
I'll second.
We have a second by Mr. Robinson. Is there discussion?
Do we have to pull it, or can we just table it until next time and?
I think that would be, I'm gonna bring it back. Let's pull it, and then I'm gonna bring it back to you, and then you can do whatever you want. All those in favor say aye.
Aye.
Opposed say no. Being 5 ayes, no nays, motion carries. Agenda item number 8 is pulled. With that, I will entertain a motion to adopt the rest of the consent agenda.
Which is just item number 10.
With just item number 10.
So, motion to approve item number 10.
You have a motion to approve item number 10. Is there a second?
Second.
You have a motion and a second by motion by Ms. Hudson, second by Mr. McDuffie. All those, is there discussion? Hearing none. All those in favor say aye.
Aye.
Opposed say no. Being 5 ayes, no nays, motion carries. Agenda item number 8 is back before you. What would you like to do regarding discussion and possible action on the minutes from the June 15th meeting?
I'd like to, I would move that we postpone discussion and action on the minutes from the June 15 meeting until our next meeting.
You heard the motion. Is there a second?
Second.
You have a motion by Ms. Brown and a second by Mr. McDuffie. Is there discussion? Hearing none. All those in favor say aye.
Aye.
Opposed say no. Being 5 ayes, no nays, motion carries. And now, agenda item number 9 is back before you, and I would ask someone to motion to please table that item.
Move to table item number 9.
You have a motion to table number, agenda item 9 by Ms.
We
Hudson.
just,
We already did it.
I thought we just pulled it out.
Yeah, we
of the
just pulled it,
consent
now we
agenda.
gotta do something
Oh.
with it, yeah.
Got it.
Oh.
We don't have to, I can just move past it, but let's just go ahead and table it. We have a motion by Ms. Hudson, a second
Second.
by by Roxanne to postpone this agenda item until next meeting. All those, is there discussion? All those in favor say aye.
Aye.
Opposed say no. Motion carries 5-0. Got all that. All right, with that, we'll move on to the regular agenda, and I'm going to pull up agenda item number 11 and then ask us to move past it with no action, but it's posted. So discussion and possible action on a recommendation from the Park Commission to pursue possible installment of turf infield at Field 1 of the athletic field. We put this on the agenda prior to the Park Commission meeting. The Park Commission meeting occurred and no recommendation was made. So unless there is action to be taken or discussion to be had, I would, my plan is to just move past it with no action. I'm not hearing anyone argue with that, so we'll move past agenda item number 11. Move on to agenda item number 12, discussion and possible action regarding a draft ordinance calling.
Mayor.
What? I'm sorry. Yes,
Can we
ma'am.
take a break?
Yes, ma'am.
Thank you.
That's a great
Take a
idea.
5-minute recess. Council will come back to order at 9:34. And we will move on to agenda item number 12, discussion and possible action regarding a draft ordinance calling a bond election for potable water infrastructure, drainage infrastructure, and facilities. Council, we do have for your consideration a couple of documents here. Wanted to bring to you this evening, same issue that we've talked about. I told you I'd bring you something more substantive this month. We are not under the, I mean, if you want to make this decision this evening, you're welcome to, but you don't have to. If in fact you want to move forward with this, you don't have to do it until next month's meeting in August. But I wanted to give you something to sink your teeth into. This is what the ordinance would look like that you would adopt if you do choose to move forward with a bond election. You would notice that it's broken into 3 distinct categories of bond expenditures, and that would be for lack of a better term, the CIP, which would be the potable water, the IIP, which would be drainage facilities, and the facilities related to this building, and then the police department and EMS first responder items that we've talked about at length before with the fire department. So that's the ordinance that is the draft for your consideration. We've also included here, we had our bond council put together, or was it bond council that put it together?
The space, oh yeah, this was bond.
Yes.
Financial advisor.
Or financial advisor put together some cost estimations for you so that you could see what the cost would be on an average homeowner. And the dollar amounts that we chose, and we can adjust these and we can give you different versions if you want to see them, but the dollar amounts that we chose, just to get the ball rolling here, for the CIP, the water lines, we chose the full amount to do all of the CIP, which is the 5.3 million. And then for the drainage projects and that are reflected in the IIP, as you recall, when he went over that with us earlier this evening, that entire amount was 17.9, I think. So I just cut that in half because the math's easy, and gave you a 50% funding level at 8.9. Just guessing that you probably wouldn't want to do the 17.9 in any circumstance. Again, you could lower that if you wanted to more, but I gave you a 50% funding level. And then, there wasn't cost estimation in the facilities report that we had previously, so we did a little back of the napkin math for you and just looked at a general remodel, or not a remodel, a remodel of this building to bring it up to code, and to do some basic remodel within this 3,500 square feet, and we estimated that at a $300 square foot cost, which is probably about right. It would potentially be a little bit less, could be a little bit more, but it's probably in the ballpark. And then we used the new build numbers that we believe is probably what the city of Westlake Hills is using, and we estimated that for an additional 1,500 square. What was it? 1,500 square feet? 2,500 square feet.
25.
Which would get us to a total square footage, and the facilities at 6,000, which is about 2,500 square feet less than what the facilities report told us we probably needed. So I was trying to be conservative while still giving you some numbers to work with and look at and think through, and all of that came to about a 2.5 to get the facilities back up to speed where they need to be in this facility, but also give us some new first responder facilities as well.
And where would that go?
What's that?
Exactly my question.
I'm trying to figure out where this this additional 2,500 square feet would be?
It would be, that would be up to council to decide. If you recall that facilities assessment that we did had some sort of back of the napkin ideas of that you could put it, you could go up
We
a
were gonna
story
go
in
up.
the back. Yeah, there's some different ways you could do that. We did not spend a great deal of time of measuring and that sort of thing. We just gave you kind of some general ideas. And you can, again, you could adjust those up or down or whatever you wanted to do. I just didn't want to just put a number in the bond ordinance without at least trying to do a little bit of calculating for you. So again, you don't have to make a decision this evening, but if you're going to do something, you're within 30 days of when you'll have to make a decision on this. And
I
this
guess
is,
one of the other things I was gonna ask, is, this parking, the estimates on the parking needs, is that angled parking out front? I mean, the parking lot, where's the parking? Is it using parking lot out there? I'm just trying to figure out where all these spaces are coming from.
yeah, to be clear, here's the exercise we did. We got with PD, I got with Ashley, and we got with the fire chief, and we said, could you give us your list of things you think you need? Not want, like what do you think you need? And then that's how we compiled this list. We gave no thought to where things would go or how it would be or who would draw it, how it would be drawn, nothing like that. This is simply a back of the napkin. What do the leaders of those entities feel like they need in terms of space? We did not give it any additional thought as to how to draw that or anything else.
We also talk a little bit at the end about some shared spaces, but I think there's more room for that, more overlapping in the document as well between the 4 different sections. Like not just restrooms, I'm sure the training room and things like that, but other options for shared use, I think.
And to be clear, plenty of this there might be a lot of this that gets that gets jettisoned once we do start drawing it. But this is at least an assessment from the city administrator, chief of police, and the fire chief as to what they feel like they would like to have in a facility.
Mr. Mayor.
Alec?
Yeah, I like numbers and stuff, and I know all the planning, and that's interesting too. Like talking about like the needs assessments and so forth. But when I was kind of diving into this, I just wanted to know the finances of like the city, like as it stands now, just to try and get a sense of like, okay, how much debt do we have outstanding? When are things going to be rolling off? Because I think there is maybe that 2012 note that I don't know how many more payments we have on that. Maybe 1 or 2, I think. I don't know if there's an opportunity to meet with our financial advisor between now and the next meeting, but I think it would be interesting to just see sort of like get an opinion or like just see like based on our, because I started researching like, okay, financial, like what's what are some financial metrics to look at when you're comparing like a city and the amount of debt it can with sustain. And I don't know what is good or bad, but I did like just calculate some numbers here because I think I've looked through. I think that we probably have around 12 million outstanding now. I don't know if that's right. Abel's not here, but what I could do looking through the financials, I tried to cobble that together. I came up with also what our debt service is currently. It seems like it's about this year it's going to be 1.2 million. And then some of the articles I was reading about like, hey, there's just a million ways you can sort of look at the data, but one thing you can do is look at, okay, your debt to revenue, and I'm assuming that our general fund revenues are about 3 million. So you get a number of like 4 times, I think, that's one. And then there's the taxable value is another way you can look at it. So we have like, 1.2 billion, I think is what the taxable value is.
Yes.
That leaves us at like if you look at the debt to that, it looks really good, like 0.01. Okay, I mean, it's pretty small. I guess that's good. I think a lot of these, I would, if we had trend lines on some of these, it might help us understand better. But then again, maybe I'm overcomplicating things, and like the easiest way to look at it is, which I think is a good way. I mean, it's interesting information to see just the table that you provided about this is what the impact is to $1 million home. It's $200 a year or whatever it is. That's another way to look at it. I don't know. I don't
No,
know
I
what
think
I'm-
I think they're all valid ways of looking at it. And I think Ben and Jerry are both maybe listening. Are they still listening?
The bond counsel is financial advisor is not.
Okay, bond counsel is listening, and we're happy to give you some more information for the next meeting. But we're also happy to get with them and give you more information in the meantime too.
Yeah, I think maybe before, like, I mean, next week is not good for me, but maybe the following week, and maybe I can put together some questions that I have that are more specific.
Okay.
Yeah.
And I think what I will suggest we do is, why don't you reach out to all of council and offer to set up calls in groups of, I don't want calls individually if they want, and get whatever information they need. Ms. Brown, did you have a question?
I have several questions for our bond advisors, and this single page here, I guess this is to get an initial idea of impact, but I would assume that they would want to also analyze whether we restructure any of the existing debt, particularly the tax notes.
Mm-hmm.
And that will make a big difference on impact because we're paying that off over 8 years as compared to
Great point.
potentially restructuring that to 20 years.
Great point.
But I'm thinking, what I've seen before that U.S. Capital Advisors do, they do several different runs with assumptions on how to actually structure any new debt along with the old debt. So you can front end load it, you can back end load it, you can.
And that's those are all great points, and they will do all of that for us.
They probably need some ballpark number to run it off of.
That's where I was headed.
Yes.
And that's why I would, that's the deal. And I tried to get you in sort of a big ballpark, and then give you an opportunity tonight to say, we don't like that ballpark, or this is a good ballpark to be in, whatever you want to do, or you could say, like, run it the way you've got it laid out, run it, and then run a low ball version and run a high ball version. I mean, I can do it however y'all want to do it, and we've got 30 days to do that. Just give me some direction as to what you want to see.
The need I have at this point, I'll just speak up, is I'd like to talk about what we would be funding in more detail, particularly for the drainage and the city hall. I feel like we need to talk about that, and get some kind of consensus about what we could all support and do. And I think that means a special meeting just for that topic.
I'm fine with that.
I don't know about y'all, but I mean, in terms of the first bond proposition with the water lines, I'm good with funding the whole thing. I mean, just doing that. To me, that needs to be done.
And I don't think there would be opposition to that. I think everybody's really tired of boil water notices, and then that would have a pretty high rate of support
Fire
from the
risk.
community. Right.
Well, I have a more limited view, but we can talk about that. My view would be to do all the high priority projects. That's 4.3 million as opposed to
The 5.3?
The 5.3. The low priorities were some of cul-de-sacs where fire flows would probably be improved by improving the adjacent lines and the abandonment projects. And I'm not opposed to abandonment, but we don't have that other half of that, which is what we do about meters. You know, we can't have abandonment, in my view, we can't have abandonment costs in our bond issue. We can't have physical relocation of premise lines in the bond issue. And so my view would be we do what is high priority because we've gone over those numbers in those plans. That would be the projects A through N on the final K3's
CIP.
report. And also in light of what our current financial times are, I think it would be more prudent to cut that
Well,
to the high priority projects.
okay. And you're saying there would be adequate fire flow for the cul-de-sac people?
The ones, if you look at the list, the cul-de-sac people are in, the ones that have been on the table for so long are in high priority. There's an additional 1, 2, 3, 4, 5 cul-de-sacs. Brett Cove, Ewing Circle, Michelle Circle, and Christie Drive that were rated low in terms of priority.
Okay.
They were not, they're not the ones and they would be improved by the improvement. The lines around them are being upsized.
But they're all interior to the city more. They're not the ones that are down Timberline, for instance, that are backed up to green belts and that type of thing.
Ewing is
Ewing
there,
is.
but I think there's, if you go back through the projects and you read what Kay Freeze said about the low priority ones, then you can see that they're not necessarily, if you read the detailed project descriptions, you know, maybe we make a different judgment about that, but
Okay.
that's where I'm starting off.
Well, I appreciate that, and I'd like something I'm gonna focus on.
Yeah. And then I think we need to do something like that, go through project by project on drainage, and then, you know, do we do something on City Hall now, or do we wait till we have a plan? So, I think that bears its own meeting,
I'm all for that.
and we could hear from capital advisors too.
Happy to do that. And we'll know soon whether we need to call another budget related meeting anyway, so there may be a reason to do that. We could combine those.
Kevin, what are your thoughts on the facilities portion of it?
What's that?
What are your thoughts on the facilities?
Speaking on behalf of our staff, I would appeal to you that we need some improvements to facilities, and I'm not arguing to tear all of it down and start over, but we had a meeting just yesterday, and this is no fault of Abel's, but you know, I'm trying to hear the engineer talk about our drainage project and Abel's crinkling, you know, chips in the background. That again, nothing on Abel. He's in his office. But, you know, we have a meeting with the City of Austin Transportation Department, and we're all crammed in there like sardines, and we can't even like write on the whiteboard. I mean,
Well, yeah,
it's
we did
just-
that whole needs assessment while I was mayor, and that was,
Right.
I mean, that's where I was, and so that something had to be done.
yeah.
So.
You know, and that's not, you know, and I've said, you know, I would be remiss to not talk about PD. I mean,
Oh,
we've all been in
absolutely.
there. I mean, it's, they're on top of each other. And again, I don't think anyone's arguing for a sprawling, you know, a sprawling palace, but it is a quality of work life issue for the staff. It is a morale issue for the staff. They do great to get along so well together, but a little bit more elbow room would be good. I mean, look around. I mean, it's not, it doesn't look professional. And there's nothing we can do about it. I mean, we're going to try to address some of this, but it's just not, it's not what we need to have. And again, I think we can do, I don't think we have to tear it all down and start over, and I love some of the ambiance of what we have here, but it does need to be updated. And it's going to have to happen at some point, or it's going to fall down.
Well, and I will say, based on what happened during the snowpocalypse, when we had city staff that was camping out here because they couldn't get home, and they're trying to be here to support us and keep
Right.
things going and all that, and they're putting chairs together to sleep on chairs, and there's
Right.
no shower facilities, and there was no, I mean,
Right, and that's a
But-
great point for like PD and for, you know, and I think it would be a wonderful addition to the community that I think everyone would want if we could get EMS in here, like they've said that they want to do. But to your point, when PD's here, and many of them live far off.
right.
And so if they're here and they have to, in an emergency situation, pull a double shift or something like that, there's no place to shower, to clean up, to
Well, or
sit on a
public-
couch.
Public Works responds to a leak, and they're, you know, are knee-deep in mud for 4 hours, and there's no place for them to shower before
Right.
they have to get in their car to drive home, you know, I mean, there's,
Yeah. So, that's kind of where I am. I think that we owe it to the city, and we owe it to our employees to give them a little bit better working space. And I think $2.5 million is, I think that's reasonable. You know, I don't think that's too outlandish. I also don't know if that's the right number. We'd probably do a little more research on it, but what did Westlake Hills? What are they doing?
They did, I think it was 13 million or
I was gonna
16,
say 11 or
16 million for probably double the staff size. I would think. Maybe not quite.
They're also building off-site.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah.
Yeah, they bought property.
Property on Redbud.
Mm-hmm.
Maybe they'd give us their old furniture or something.
Is the property on Redbud that bought, or is it
I
on
thought it was
BK
on
Road?
BK Road, somebody said it was that church.
That church on
across
BK
the
I think it-
road.
They were thinking about Redbud, but it's the old church they bought out.
Yeah.
Right there, right by the dog hospital. Right.
Yeah, right.
I understand the need on City Hall. I just wonder if we can sell bonds when we don't have a physical plan for what would happen. I mean,
that's a
that's
very
what
good
we don't,
point.
that's what we don't have.
Yeah, and we do, like I said, we do have the spatial needs assessment, and that was what it was designed to do. I did not go off the spatial needs assessment because I feel like if we use the spatial needs, so we do have a plan on what's needed and kind of some ideas on how it
Yeah,
could.
I mean a real design plan. you
Right.
know.
But that's also a chicken and the egg situation.
Right.
So, because you don't want to spend $100,000 to have something drawn that you're not gonna.
And then nobody will fund it.
Right.
And part of what drove that was also a stated desire by council to have, to be able to have an accredited police department and police offices, which, you know, we absolutely don't have the space to do that. I mean, there's no way you can get accredited with what we got. You have to have separate evidence room, you have to have
Yeah.
all these things. And that's part of what the needs assessment factored in, was getting us to a point where we could get accredited. So, I mean, some of it is most definitely, you know, with wish list, but some of it is just trying to accommodate meet that wish for the police department.
And what does accreditation get us?
Just that seal of approval and ongoing oversight, best practices built in. We don't have a place for officers to sit down and talk to somebody who's been arrested.
Sure.
You know, for witnesses and just a number of things. So it is ideal. Is it mandatory? No. And we haven't had an accredited police department. But at that point in time, that was the stated desire of at least some of the council members.
Okay.
Okay, let's keep moving. So I hear a need for additional documentation and conversation with U.S. Capitol advisors, possibly another meeting to discuss all of these issues kind of in an overall way. Certainly try to publicize that to get some community input.
Yes.
Anything else for any of that?
And we need to do this in the next month?
We do if we want to get on this particular train that's
Yeah.
in the station. There are other trains, but this is the one that's leaving the station leaves in 30 days. Okay. With that, we will take no action and move off of agenda item number 12, move on to agenda item number 13. Discussion and possible action to create a Rolling Wood City Council message board in compliance with section 551.006 of the Texas Government. I bet that's the local government code. Texas Government Code regarding open meetings. Oh no, it's government code. Yeah, you're right. I'm sorry. And I believe this is Mr. McDuffie's item, if you want to lay it out, and then can have a discussion.
So, this is something that I came upon when I was looking through the code for the Open Meetings Act. And I personally think it's a good idea. I know several times when we're trying to discuss things, if we only have our meetings here to suss things out, but also, you know, at best, if the first time that we're seeing any particular issue is 72 hours prior to our meetings here, then I know for me that doesn't necessarily allow me time to fully contemplate the issue at hand to the extent that I might want to. This will allow us to share some information. We will be totally transparent to the community. We will be in complete compliance with the Open Meetings Act. It's right out there in the open. I gave you some links here where you can see how the city of Austin is doing it. I gave you the code that complies to it, and then a little blurb that the Texas Attorney General wrote in regards to this. And I am available for any questions that any of you have. I mean, it would result in us having one more area to check. I'm not wild about that aspect of it, but I do think it allows, as I said, us to share information, particularly when we're looking to do so many things, and it also provides a heads up to our community so that if they think we're heading down a wrong road or they want to give us more information on a particular issue, they know how to reach out to us and give us that information.
All right. Thank you, Phil. A couple of things on this, and Phil and I were both on an email this afternoon from former Councilwoman Hunley. And I'm glad she emailed us because I knew that we had talked about this at length in the past, and I just could not remember the details. But here are the details. So Ms. Hunley brought an exceptional item a year or two ago, a couple of years ago, maybe 3, I don't remember, some time ago, for I think $1,000 to do this very thing that we're talking about here. It hit some budget hurdles in the implementation phase between Ms. Hunley and Amber, when Amber, I think, was working with the IT company. And the recollection is that it runs between $1,200 and $1,500 to set this up. These days, it's probably up to $4,000 or something. Anyway, the point is, we have actually done some due diligence on this already. I'm hoping that Ashley could get back into some old files and emails and maybe find where that was left off. Anyway, this DICE has contemplated this issue in the past. It was seen as a good idea. There was money budgeted for it. And that's the added context in case you guys want to do it. We will try to do a better job of actually implementing it this time. One could argue that it's already been approved, but you could put the
Different
old
council.
extra seal of approval on it if you want to.
Well, yeah, what's the process? Would the process be have Ashley go back and look?
Yeah, we'll go.
Send that thing out with a price and bring it back for a vote on this, or what?
I mean, honestly, if we probably have dollars in the existing budget to do it if you want to, because we, as Abel said earlier, we're under budget in a number of areas. We've got dollars in some IT line items that I think we could find it. And now that we have a general sense that it's, I think the council action at that time was for $1,000. So when it was more than that, it kind of hit a hurdle. So now we know not to fall into that into that pitfall, and we just do it. And if it was something crazy, I would come back and talk to you all. But if you tell us to go try to implement it, we can just do it. Digio, which is our IT company now, I think was actually doing the work on it. So I assume that they know how to do this sort of thing. We probably would need to visit with Mr. Zach's firm to make sure we do it correctly. But anyway, that's the background. Do with it what you want.
So I'm going to make a motion that we authorize city staff to add the online message board to the city council section of the Rollingwood website, and that would include making sure that we're in compliance with any legal ramifications, but it's pretty straightforward.
You've heard the motion, members. Is there a second?
Second.
You've got a motion from Mr. McDuffie, a second from Ms. Hudson. Is there further discussion?
I'd like to amend the motion to put a price
cap
on it.
All right.
Move to amend the motion.
Why don't you just ask
Okay.
him to amend his
Okay.
motion, if he will.
Maybe
If he says no, then we'll do
Yeah, that's
something
fine.
different.
Yeah, I'd love to see the price. That's all I'd like. Maybe $3,000.
That's what I would say.
Okay.
You accept that friendly amendment, Mr. McDuffie?
I accept that friendly.
You have a
amendment.
motion for the previous motion with a $3,000 cap. Is there a second?
Second.
Same second for Ms. Hudson. Is there further discussion? Hearing none. All those in favor say aye.
Aye.
All those opposed say no. Ayes have it 5-0.
And if $3,000 is not enough, let us know
Yeah.
so that we can
Yeah,
adjust.
we will.
And
If it, I think that's going to be enough. I kind of like having a cap because then we're going to tell our IT company, you got to do it for
It's a good
$3,000. Hope they're not listening.
Well, yeah, no, that's the problem is now they're listening. They're
Nah.
$500.
They went, they've been in bed. Okay, we are now moving on to agenda item number 14, discussion and possible action on an amendment to the city's code of ordinances related to the expiration of building and tree permits. We'll turn it over to Ms. Wayman to lay this out quickly and hopefully move quickly.
This is exactly as we discussed at the last city council meeting. We are just repealing the parts of the ordinance that currently stipulate a 1-year building permit expiration, which is not consistent with state law or enforceable. Oh, am I on the wrong one? permit expiration? Am I
Well, it
in?
does say
It says
both.
building and tree, but that's not consistent with this, I don't think. 07-24-14. We've got two in here. We've got one
I'm sorry, was
for, that's repealing trees, the tree issuance, and we've got one that's for, building permits, right?
I think they're all incorporated into one.
No.
I don't
They are
see the
not.
building one.
There's only one draft ordinance in here on this agenda item.
Right, and that's for tree permits, right?
Okay, first of all, hold on. So what I have in my packet for agenda item number 14, right? We're on 14, correct? For agenda item number 14, I have ordinance number
Yeah.
2022-07-20-14.
Yes.
Yes.
So section 2 there talks about the building permits.
Ah,
Those are just
Oh.
repealed in their entirety.
Okay, so but it's two separate ordinances. They're not combined into one. But we have two ordinances, because I just pulled them up from the agenda packet. Like here's the one for the trees. Right here. 07-2014, that's for the trees.
Is not section 2 of that part 2
it's just a repeal.
striking 101, 98, 99, and 100, which is the building permit
Oh,
section.
is that the building permit section?
Yes.
Okay, all right, good, we're good, thank you. Sorry to confuse folks.
And that's, we started with those sections, and that was the original ordinance, and then we came back and
Oh,
found
okay.
that there were
Alright.
trees also, and then
All right.
we added it in, so, this,
My bad.
the 101, 98, 99, and 100 just repeal the sections that talk about building permits expiring in a year, the process for renewal of those building permits, and then if they don't renew them in time, that they have to come to council. But other parts of our ordinance, I believe near the vested rights section, talk about the state law regarding how those are, when those expire. And then 107-374, the amendments down here are for protected tree removal and tree removal permits, to make those also consistent.
That was well done.
All right. You now have it explained, and before you, council, have to entertain a motion for further discussion.
I move approval of the ordinance.
You have a motion for approval of the ordinance as presented. Is there a second?
Second.
We have a motion from Councilwoman Hudson and a second from Councilman Duffy. Is there further discussion?
I have a question on the section 107-374, application for protected tree removal and tree removal permits, where it says that if the building permit issued for the property expires or is revoked, the permit for removal of the trees shall be revoked as well? Well, what if they've already cut down the trees?
I guess we couldn't.
Then it
revoke.
just wouldn't be applicable. Okay. Yeah, I think that's my way of reading it, is that.
Could you say what your way of reading it? I didn't
Yes,
hear
ma'am,
you.
sorry. So legitimate question. What if the tree has already been brought down, then this particular provision there would be no revocation of a permit because the tree's already been taken down. So I guess that's what my statement would be, is if the tree's already been taken down, then there would be nothing to revoke. And I'm comfortable with that, the way it's written. But it doesn't look like it satisfies you, Councilwoman, so
Well,
I'm
I'm
happy
just-
to.
Clearly, if they've already cut the tree down, you can't put it back.
Right, yeah.
So I'm just, the wording just seems odd, and then when we allow the tree removal to be transferred to a subsequent owner, we're cutting trees down right and left, and I would just
Okay.
soon not allow people to transfer tree removal permits. If somebody else buys it, then they have to come back and.
Well, we can bring that to another agenda.
Okay.
This ordinance, the only thing we're doing is changing the permit. And so anything that's not underlined or stroked through was originally in the ordinance. So
Right.
all we did was change it from an expiration of 1 year to 2 years. And then I included language that says, or upon removal of the protected tree, because once the protected tree is taken down, the permit is gonna be, is gonna expire.
Right.
And then, rather than expire, because we're using the term, I use the term revoked rather than expire.
Right.
So that's all we've done here, but we can
Okay.
certainly bring it back for that further discussions on those issues.
Well, we probably have other
Yes, ma'am.
things we need to address on the tree removal stuff too, so. we'll do that
I have
later.
a question for Charlie too. Section 2 revokes 3 sections of the existing code that talk about issuance of building permits.
Yes, ma'am.
So now would everything fall under, would the terms for building permits fall under the vested rights part of the ordinance?
Yes, ma'am.
Even if someone has not actually requested vested rights?
They're entitled to vested rights without requesting. If they want clarification on when their vested rights begin, that's what that process kicks in.
Okay, well, this is kind of a, the vested right, you know, when it, I'm wondering if we need another section that talks about when permits, that tracks the statute that says permits separate and apart from vested rights, that tracks that part of the statute that says when permits are issued, you have 2 years to comply unless you do something else. And, you know, if you've had a gap, then you can follow on that. The vested rights thing seems to talk to me about what law you fall under based on when you filed your permit, as opposed to how long your permit lasts. And I'm not sure that we need the kind of language that's in the statute that says any permit must have a term of at least 2 years, et cetera.
So if we look at section 100-1, which is entitled Permits,
Right.
Projects, and Vested Rights.
Right.
Subsection C says, unless otherwise specified in this code, all permit applications shall expire as stated herein. Any approved permit or authority to construct, build, or execute any project pursuant to a permit or series of permits shall expire as follows. And then it lists when they expire. Section 1, Section 2, all deal with when they expire. Permit application or plan for development filed on or after April 27, 2025 shall expire on the 45th day after the application or plan is filed, unless, and then they have all those things. And then D says permits and projects expiration, which is when the actual permits or the projects expire for either purposes of vested rights or expiration generally. Because the statute says you can put an expiration date on a permit or an expiration date on a project.
Okay.
And so then D goes into when those expire.
Okay. So you're comfortable that it
Yes, ma'am.
got
I'm-
everything we need in
Yes, ma'am.
this section?
Yes, ma'am.
Okay.
All right, good discussion. Is there further discussion? Hearing none, you have a motion and a second. All those in favor say aye.
Aye.
Opposed, say no. 5-0, motion carries. We'll now move on to agenda item number 15, discussion and possible action on an ordinance amending the process for assessing late fees and for termination of water and wastewater services. We'll recognize Ms. Wayman to walk us through this. We discussed this last month, and this is back before you.
Yes, if you'll look at Exhibit A, the second attachment there, that shows the red lines basically to the ordinance. This brings both water and wastewater services into the same schedule for late fees and termination and things like that, and also increases the penalty from 2% to 5%. one of the issues with the previous ordinance was that it hinged on, I think, what the date the bills were sent for when late charges were assessed, and this would be more consistent in how those are assessed, so that way staff isn't having to guess when did they get mailed out, when did they get emailed out, did the mailman come that day or not.
Yep. And we are going to, we're continuing to make progress on our delinquent water bills, but in short order, we're preparing to start cracking down on the very few residents among us who have chosen just to not pay for water.
So,
Go ahead.
can I ask a question?
Yes,
or do
ma'am.
we need a motion first?
Yep, either one.
Okay. So section, line 19. It's easier just to do it that way. It's talking about the city's authorized to perfect a utility lien upon the property for a customer whose account for wastewater service is more than 90 days past due. Do we need to say water or wastewater?
So, that's in the next section. So part of the confusing part of your code is you break your water and your wastewater out into two different sections of your code. Most cities combine those into utility services, but yours are in two different places. So if you scroll down, am I right, Amber? I mean, why did I
Yes.
do that, Ashley?
Yes, you are.
If you scroll down to there should be page numbers on here, what good does it, so if you scroll down to where it says section 34-69, this is for water service. And so it's in two different places in your code, so we had to change, one is wastewater and one is water. And so we basically made them mirror each other.
If we're changing it, can we not just,
I tried to do that, but the problem is you've got a section of your code that says water, and you have a section of your code that says wastewater, so that would be a lot more work to combine both, all of it into one thing.
the whole code is split into
Yeah.
two?
Mhm.
Okay.
So that's why we did it this way,
Okay.
because I agree with you, it's complicated.
Well, I probably didn't remember when I got to the bottom part of it.
I know, cause it's a lot.
It's a lot.
It is a lot. And it's not nearly, I mean, most of this stuff is just is already in your code, it's just cut and pasted, from other locations, as far as the appeals and everything. We just made the changes to make sure we could be consistent on when the water and wastewater become delinquent. That's the major changes that are being made here. It's twice today I called you.
I only heard one, so.
Council, is there
Move approval of the ordinance as
Ms. Hudson?
presented.
We have a motion by Ms. Hudson for approval of the ordinance as presented. Is there a second?
Second.
We have a motion by Ms. Hudson, a second by Mr. McDuffie. Is there further discussion, council?
Oh, we have
All right.
I will say that when we dropped this
I
down
got
to
you.
2%, the intention at the time had been to increase the interest rate, and it just got totally
Oh.
confused with what our billing people were able to do and
It's
whatever, and
confu-
when
yes.
it all kind of settled out, it's like, well,
Wait, what did we do?
yeah, it did
Yeah, I know
not.
it's been confusing for us to try to dig through it as well.
Yeah.
Shanti, you have
Yeah.
a question?
So I was reading the code where it says publication of the ordinance, effective date and stuff like that, when it entails fines. Okay, I know that'll be done because it's part of the ordinance here. It says, section 6, that effective immediately from and after its passage, publication of the caption as the law provides. And I know the caption is really, you know, the law lets y'all, the city, put just something. But the entire, I mean, this is a lot of stuff. People are going to be really taken aback by, oh my God, you're going to charge us for this and that and everything, whatever. I'm just suggesting that in addition to putting it in the paper, caption or details or whatever, also inform the citizens with a letter sent with the water bill perhaps, explaining all the changes, because like you said, it was all over the place and now you have put it in one place. I think it would be wise to, looking at it from a consumer point of view, especially when there are fines involved.
Yeah, that's a good idea.
Send some note, whatever, as much detail as possible, so people can have something in writing saying this is what we mean.
Yeah, no, yeah, that's a great idea, and we will plan to do that.
Just
It
suggestion.
follows along with our, we're trying to get the word out that people need to pay their water
Yeah, I
bills.
mean, the paper looks at it.
Very good idea.
It's not a big
Sure thing.
problem, but
Very good idea.
It's an isolated.
it's an isolated problem.
As hot as it's been, it's liable to get worse before it gets
It's
better
true,
if we
yeah.
don't do something about it though.
Yeah.
Mhm.
And the goal here, by the way, just for the record, it's not to be punitive. You know, for those of us who don't check their mail very often, but it is to try to get at the repeat and consistent offenders. So, and we have some great technology with ACH deposits and electronic. We have a lot of options to never have to miss a bill. So we encourage everyone to sign up for those. Okay, you have a motion by Ms. Hudson, a second by Mr. McDuffie. Hearing no further discussion.
I would like to make a little note just to fix the termination to termination in the caption. A couple of places.
Oh, yeah.
We'll do that.
Just,
We could approve.
yeah.
Yep.
Consider it administratively fixed. Don't forget to do that. Okay, here. Go ahead.
Yes, I'll do that.
Okay, hearing no further discussion. All those in favor say aye.
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 Opposed say no. Being 5 ayes, no nays, motion carries. All right, we
And
will.
if we do have repeat offenders, maybe they should be high on the list of people to get the digital meters, so they can keep track of their
Yeah.
usage and
Good idea.
take steps to.
Great idea.
Got it.
Is it the usage that's the issue?
I don't know, if it's a high bill, and if it's a high bill because they've got leaks and they're not seeing the leaks because, you know, their irrigation system's running in the middle of the night and they don't even know it's happening, and,
Could be.
you know.
All right, agenda item number 16, discussion and possible action in regard to designation of a code compliance officer, and recognize Ms. Brown for her agenda item.
Okay. Mayor, members of the council, this agenda item would have the city council adopt a resolution asking the city administrator and the police chief to designate one of our police officers as our code enforcement officer, who would to whom complaints about code violations, not just building code, but also barking dogs and other nuisances would be, those kinds of violations would be directed to a designated police officer, so that that officer could develop both the rapport with the community and with a person concerned and with the violator if necessary, so that we can get more a public awareness of who to contact when there's a problem, a body of knowledge in that officer that this is a repeat offender, is not a repeat offender, this is something that can be handled without a citation, this needs a citation, just the kind of background information and designated source of repository for that information that would bring our compliance efforts into sharper focus and a more consistent practice across the board. I don't think it would cost any money. I do think it was just a particularized set of duties that would be assigned to a particular officer and would work with the process that's been outlined in the mayor's memo, where, you know, it's expected that these will be enforced and who to contact. The shortfall in part I see in our current system is that once a complaint is made, there's not input back necessarily to the community member who made that complaint. And so this would also give a duty to that officer to make that communication and, you know, complete the circle so that people know what the expectations are, know how they're being enforced, and have some assurance about that. So I'm happy to walk through the terms of the resolution if you would like for me to do that. Otherwise, it's the other point I would say is that I think it also will free up the development director, development services person, so that they can concentrate on the permit part of the process, and someone else can take the main on the duty of enforcing those permits, in the sense that it's, you know, if you have a builder that comes repeatedly, you don't have to be both the good guy and the bad guy. So I think some distinction in those duties when there has to be a bad guy is a good thing. So with that, I would move adoption of a resolution that would ask our city administrator and the police chief to designate a code enforcement officer that would have the duties that are outlined in the resolution.
You have a motion. Is there a second?
Second.
You have a motion by Councilwoman Brown, a second by Councilman McDuffie. We have further discussion, and I may have further discussion, but is there further discussion from council?
I am wondering if we need to defer this for a month, because we are having some transitions in the police department, and so until we address the police chief and kind of get that settled and know who we're having and what positions that we already have, and then we can see how it would best fit to accommodate. I think it's a great idea, and I fully support the idea. I'm just wondering if we need to wait a month until we get the police chief.
I don't know what process that is, so that, yeah.
Well, we
what
haven't
might be
decided,
done.
that's on the
Yeah.
agenda.
We're gonna talk
couple-
about that
a couple
in
items
executive,
down, but,
yeah.
I mean, but that to me needs to be addressed, and that would.
I will say
give us
to
more
that
time.
point, Councilwoman, I do agree with you that they're depending on decisions that are made in that realm, does have sort of a cascading effect on what may or may not happen
Right.
with other personnel within the department. So,
Right.
So I agree with your first statement, and I do think this is headed in the right direction. This is kind of the direction I honestly already wanted to go and was probably going to go, even absent a resolution or motion like this. So I definitely think that I think this is headed in the right direction. I do agree with some of your
Right.
input, so but I'll also do whatever y'all tell me to do, so I'll let you all hash it out and either vote or withdraw the motion however you see fit.
I have some input if you like.
Feel free.
We'd love
Yes.
it.
Yeah.
We'd love it.
Sorry, I should have asked for that.
So I'm Sergeant Duarte. So Ms. Brown,
Yeah.
let me tell you the issues that I've discussed with Assistant Chief Munoz about. Are you aware that Westlake has code enforcement officers?
I did know that. I haven't looked
Okay.
at their ordinance, though.
Okay.
I just know that they do have one.
Okay, so the issue with peace officers being code enforcement officers, is we're in uniform, we're in a fully marked unit, and we have, you know, guidelines as far as we can't just step onto people's property unless we have a warrant. So a code enforcement officer can just step on his property and review like irrigation issues or construction issues and so forth. You know, I can go on, but that's the major issue. As your police officer is showing up in force, as opposed to if you have a code enforcement civilian who can also write citations, shows up in a city marked vehicle like Public Works has, and that shows, you know, that works a lot better, and that's what most cities do. Now, what Mayor implemented is what we've been doing in the past, and of course it's being cleaned up more, where we still issue a citation for VCO, violation of code, and that's been working. And we've been doing a lot more of those lately, and when we get more calls. So that's how I think it should be still work going forward, as opposed to uniform officers showing up. On another note, let's say a peace officer is a code enforcement officer, and we show up and we're searching somebody's backyard and we find they're growing marijuana. We can't act upon that because we're there for the code enforcement, so we can't use that as probable cause. So there's different issues like that.
Yeah. The concern I have with having someone else or the development services officer, it either means if we don't use a licensed police officer, then we've got to have someone else who has that other license if they're going to do enforcement, if they're going to write a citation.
Mm-hmm. Correct.
And we don't have
There are
we don't have that person currently.
Yeah, and like I said, we don't mind writing the citation, which we've been doing. And so you wouldn't need the code enforcement. Well, let's say, for instance, Nikki, the business development officer, she wouldn't need that training to write citations. The police officer would still write the citation.
I'm not quite sure how that would work, because
That's how we've been doing it.
I'm sorry?
That's how we've been doing it. We write the citation for.
Charlie, did you have something?
I just wanted to state that I concur with the analysis. Also that, so we would need, if it's not a police officer, our code enforcement officer would have to go through the training process and get the registration, and all of that would be required.
And
They would not.
Isn't that about a year-long process?
Yeah, yes, but I do believe you can register as a code enforcement officer in training, and I'm not 100% sure, so I don't want to say to that, but that's possible. It may be possible. And then code enforcement officers obviously can't issue citations. Typically, they'll issue a notice of violation, which is a warning. Please do it. And then if they don't, we don't have to get a police officer to issue a citation. They could, if they have the knowledge and the facts, go down. They could be the person who files the complaint in municipal court. So we wouldn't necessarily have to get a police officer to issue a citation. They could go to court, and because they have knowledge and facts, and they could file it, and they could file it. They just wouldn't issue the person the citation. They'd file it in court, and then the court would go out and tell them that there's been something filed against them. So there are some ways around the citation issue. But you are correct; they would have to be registered.
And the things that we would.
Which part? The other thing I'm looking at, I'm not 100% sure. The code says they don't have to be registered, but I'm not sure if is there a separate certificate? Do they have to be certified as a code enforcement officer, even if they don't have to?
So, yes.
So they would still have to be certified, even though they're not
That takes
registered.
about a year.
Yeah. So I think the police officers, do you still have to be certified? I don't know the answer to that question.
You have to be a licensed police officer,
Okay.
or you have to be a certified code enforcement
Okay, that's what I
officer.
thought.
But
Yes,
the
ma'am.
other problem we have is that would mean another body, because, and I think we've got to find a way where our police officers can patrol, this wouldn't necessarily require you going on, I don't see these duties requiring you to go on the property, because it's things like, it's the things that ATS and K-Freeze don't inspect. You know, they inspect what's in the building and the shell. This is the fence, if they're putting dirt in the street, if they are working on Saturday, you know, making too much noise, those kinds of offenses that are observable from the street. And that's where we have a gap now. You know, we have our inspectors going out and doing things, but this is the gap that's, you know, the stuff Ashley and Desiree spent this last month going around looking at who did and didn't have a permit posted. But
And-
y'all are on the street every day, so you're
Correct.
driving by, you can see that there's a permit posted or there's not a permit posted. You know, those kinds of things, I think we could, and even if it does, if there's a situation that would require someone to go on the property, you can have our development services person, because they're authorized under our code to go on the property at any time to inspect.
Well, I will tell you, Ms. Brown, that that's, as long as I've been here, that's the way we've been doing it. We write the citation when the issue becomes addressed to us.
What this would mean is that while you're out patrolling, this particular officer would have a duty to patrol once or twice a week and look for these things. That's really the major difference I see in it, and that it would funnel the community to direct their concerns toward that officer if they see something on the street.
Yeah, I will tell you that a lot of my officers come back and report to me that, hey, Sarge, I saw somebody, you know, they had a load of dirt in the roadway, and they'll address it. That's what I've seen. So, I mean, going forward, we can, you know, I can speak with my officers. We can do, you know, a little better, and you know, going forward. But we've pretty much been doing that, and then now with the mayor implemented, you know, going forward, I think we'll see a lot more change for the
Well,
better.
And the other thing I think it would do, let's say you today saw this builder with dirt on the street. You're gone tomorrow, you're back 2 or 3 days later. In the meantime, there've been 2 other officers on Tuesday and Thursday that saw dirt on the street from the same guy. If one person is handling it, then they know that's a repeat offense and we need to step up. Whatever.
Or we do what they're called not close patrols, the contact reports, where it's kind of like they briefs the officer coming in, relieving the other officer, and they refer to those. And I always let my officers know that, hey, if you see a violation, make sure you put it on the on that report. That way we can address it.
Yes.
And we have been doing better as far as, you know, getting the names of the contractors and so forth. So they'll receive a warning the first time, but then they'll receive a citation if it's repeated.
Right.
We have been doing that, you know, a lot better. So
Good. Good.
Sean, do you have something?
This is where I wish I didn't know so much history. Anyway, Shanti Jaykumar. So, probably Sarah and Roxanne might remember this because we've served on council simultaneously at one point. We used to have a code enforcing officer. Crystal probably knows a lot about that, or maybe even Tom Farrell, because I clearly remember, I don't have time to dig through my notes, but we did have a code enforcer officer. And they had to go and do the coursework for all the different codes that, like she said, when you drive around, you can see some of those and even have more instructions given for the other things that the police could possibly enforce. I clearly remember that. I served for 4 years, and I remember we had somebody at that time.
Yes, ma'am.
I don't know who, but
Yeah.
anyway.
And the code enforcement, the peace officers are not required to go through that course. Your code enforcement officer would be required to go through
Yeah.
that course so
Right.
that they get the training on
Right,
code enforcement,
right.
whereas your police officers don't. So there's pros and cons, I suppose. And I did double check the statute. They can act as code enforcement officers in training, so they can, as long as they pay the fee and pass the exam.
Yeah.
But they would still have to go through the training program.
Right.
Right, right.
And it's another body.
Yes, it's definitely another body.
Okay, I just want to throw that in.
Thank you.
So Ashley, has Nikki ever been certified as a code compliance officer?
She is not. She's worked with the code compliance officers with her and kind of in the code side of it, and then helping them figure out what to go cite, or I guess not cite if it's a.
And she had contemplated doing it similar to how you've laid it out. So,
Mhm.
I'll just say I agree with you wholeheartedly that having the accountability be in one spot, I think is, however we have to whatever we have to do to make it work, we need to figure that part out. But having the accountability in one spot, I do see the value in that. So I agree. All right, you have a motion and a second before you, council. Your options are to vote on that motion up or down, or withdraw the motion. And I am agnostic as to what you do, but you have to do one of them. So you have a motion and a second. Is there further discussion?
I would say that, like I said, I am in favor of the same thing that you said. I'm just, at this point, I think we have some more things that we need to work out before we
Take a step.
decide that this is
Well,
what
I'm
we're
not-
gonna do.
Yeah.
I would like, and especially with the other moving parts that we have in the police department that we need to address, I would prefer not to make a definitive decision tonight and
I
see
will
how the
bring
rest
this
of that
back
works
next
out.
month.
Okay.
Great.
I think that gives us time to figure a few things out before we try and
Okay.
make a
Okay,
You
the
need to withdraw the
motion is withdrawn, and we can just move on. You good?
Yes,
Okay.
I'll bring this back next month.
All right. The motion is withdrawn, second is withdrawn, and we will move off of item number 16 with no action taken. All right, moving on to agenda item number 17, discussion and possible action in regard to residential zoning ordinances, including but not limited to building height ordinances and minimum required depth and width of yards. This was put on the agenda by both Ms. Brown and Ms. Hudson, so I'll let them fight over who gets to talk about it first. And with that, I will recognize whichever one of them looks at me first. It looks like it was Ms. Brown.
Her stuff is first on the
Okay.
list here, so she goes.
Ms. Brown, you're recognized.
Okay. As I was going through the issues that had been addressed earlier in the presentations on setbacks and height limitations, I reviewed the definition of yard in the residential zoning ordinance, and that term is the term that's used to define the setbacks. What we've otherwise called a setback in the residential part of the code is a yard, not a setback. So in looking at it and in looking at some of the pending and building projects, some that are in process, I realized that this definition of yard includes an exception that can almost swallow up the definitions, you know, where a yard is supposed to define a point beyond which, in the between the building and the property line where there is no building. The exception for fencing walls or permitted projections such as has seemed to swallow up our permit process. And so I've included examples from other Texas cities where there is a limitation on how far a projection can extend into the yard or setback. I don't have a particular recommendation on that, whether a cornice should be 8 inches or 12 feet or 2 feet or what. But I wanted to bring this up, and I think it's something we need to give attention to and come back with a recommendation that would clean up that language that is now allowing a lot of problematic
Construction.
issues.
Thank you, Ms. Brown. Recognize Ms. Hudson to expand further on the issue.
So those were issues that I wanted to address, and this to me is all related to the whole review of our building code in light of all of the changes that have happened and the continuous pushing the limits that is happening with all of the construction that's going around. I will say a couple years ago, I replaced an elevated deck at my house that actually did not require a building permit, which seemed crazy to me because it's elevated, and it seems like that would be a safety thing. But the builder, when he was putting it in, said, you know, the deck was cantilevered a little bit from the support poles, and he told me, he goes, "Oh no, you can go out." I said the setback was 20 feet, and he goes, "No, you can. That's from the post. You can go out farther than that." And I went, "You know, we're not doing that. I don't want it any farther, 20 feet on the edge." But even then, it was something that
You could have done.
that was being encouraged, and that defeats the purpose in my mind of having a setback. It's like the setback is supposed to give you space between you and your neighbors, and that's getting pushed. But I have a whole list of things that I have had residents bring up or that I have noticed. And one that I forgot to add on here that we talked about before was changing the address. You know, when people are coming in and saying, "Oh no, I want to change my address," if you're on a corner, instead of being on, you know, like instead of being on Rollingwood Drive, I'm going to be on Edgegrove, or vice versa, which then changes the setbacks, but we're not requiring any notice on that, and we're also not requiring that the house actually faces the street that the address is. And so I think that needs to be addressed, because that, to me, is an issue for emergency response vehicles. You know, if you're trying to find the house and you assume that the address is where the front door is, and it's not, and you know, for delivery people and all that, and also to me, it's kind of circumventing the whole the whole issue of the setbacks when you're changing it just so that you can get a longer building, you know, get more of the building closer to the property line because you've switched it and you have not provided neighbors notice that you are planning to do this. So I think that these are the things that we need to review and add in the addendum to the comprehensive plan. And I don't know if we need to ask P&Z to look into some of these things and you know, do some public hearings and get some input, kind of like we did when we did the front yard fence ordinance, to make sure that we get, you know, like what do the residents want Rollingwood to look like? Because right now, we're letting the architects and the builders push the limits, and they're deciding what Rollingwood's gonna look like. And so if we don't tighten up our code and address these things that we never put in the code before, because, well, nobody's gonna do that. And now they are, and things that nobody ever dreamed would be brought forward. We're kind of losing the opportunity to address what we want the city to look like, and I think that we need to take that back.
So we can move forward on this item however you see fit. I would think that sending some specific instructions to P and Z would be the preferred method, but we could do it however you want.
I would be happy to do that. Brooke and I are both liaisons for P and Z, so we can take that up unless we think we need to get something in place more quickly on the setbacks and the building height, and then we can tweak it if we need to as a result of what P and Z comes up with. I mean, that would be my only.
It would still need to go to planning and zoning. Your setbacks and your heights is all in your zoning code, so it would have to follow the zoning process. So it's
Okay.
still gonna be a,
So even if we just want to clarify what's already in the code?
yes ma'am, it's
we
gotta
would still
go
need
through,
to go to them?
still gotta go through planning and
What
zoning.
is that process, Charlie?
It depends on the changes that you make. If you're changing the regulations within the classifications, you're gonna have to give notice to, well, in your community, you'll have to give notice to every single resident, written notice.
For a change to
For
a
a change,
residential
yeah, for a
ordinance?
change to the regulations. And then you'll have to hold the public hearings in front of P and Z. You've gotta do the newspaper notice, you've gotta hold the public hearings in front of city council. So, that's the process.
Well,
Then we need to get started.
Yep.
we need to get started, and then we also, that raises another question for me. If you read the definition of yard, it doesn't include roof. It's projections such as cornices, eaves, porches, or landscaping. How do we determine whether the interpretation that's currently being used for issuing permits is correct? Or if we want to, it would be my view that reading this would not include the roof itself, it's appendages to the roof. But it's being applied to the roof. How do we correct that? That's not a new ordinance, that's an interpretation of an ordinance. How do we correct that?
Give direction to your city administrator to appeal the zoning administrator's decision to the zoning board of adjustment.
How do we know when that, what will be the vehicle for that zoning, that building official's decision?
Well, I think we heard tonight how they're interpreting it. Is that accurate?
I'm sorry?
Did we hear tonight how they're interpreting it?
Yes, we did.
Yeah, so I think.
Well, not in a formal sense, but
Right,
that is
yeah.
how,
That's a good question. I don't know. I've never, so the statute says that an officer of the city, or an appropriate individual, perhaps an abutting property owner where that decision is being made, would probably have a right to appeal that decision to the zoning board of adjustment. I've never assisted a city with an officer of the city, which would be either the mayor or the city administrator, appealing their own zoning administrator's decision to the zoning board of adjustment. But that's technically how it's supposed to work, unless somebody can convince the zoning administrator that that's not the right interpretation. This body doesn't have the authority to do that. This body doesn't have authority to give direction to the zoning board of administrator on how to interpret the code,
what about to the building official?
or the building official either. That
Who
the zoning
would-
board of adjustment, technically under the statute, is the only body that has authority to give an opinion on the decision of the zoning administrator,
So the administrator can do whatever interpretation he wants?
or she.
'Cause
What
didn't-
I mean, yes. No, I mean, actually, yes. And if it's a crazy interpretation and it gets appealed to the zoning board of adjustment,
Or he gets fired?
or that could happen as well.
Here's what happens. No one knows the decision
Yeah.
until the building's built and you see the results.
Oh, I
And
see
it's
what you're
too
saying.
late
Yeah, I see what
then
you're saying.
to appeal the decision when the permit was issued.
So then the process would
And
be.
And the resident doesn't have a way of finding out when the permit was issued, or necessarily even seeing what the discussion was about Is this a cornice, or is this an eave, or is this the roof?
Sure,
So
perfect example.
how do you, if you were a city official, if you were a city manager and you thought your building officials were improperly interpreting the code, what would you do?
Fire them?
Fire them or fix the issue? Or
Well, you tell them to interpret differently, but then, I mean, then all of a sudden your city manager is acting in the role of zoning administrator. The
Well,
easy
can't you
solution to
ask
this is
for a legal
no,
opinion
no,
on that? You
no,
can't?
because
Why not?
because I don't want to be called as a witness when someone challenges your code. The way the process is, someone challenges your decisions. The way zoning has been set up over the years, many years now, and the zoning board of adjustment process. The way to solve the problem that you're bringing up is for this body to give direction to the planning and zoning commission and say, this is how this is being done. We want it fixed so it's not done that way ever again by changing the code. That's the way the process is set up to work. It's set up to work so that there is a separate individual who has authority to interpret the codes. And if someone doesn't agree with those interpretations, and the statute actually says officer of the city, so an officer of the city or other person who is otherwise authorized appeals the zoning administrator's decision to the zoning board of adjustment, and we determine whether or not a separate independent body makes a decision as to whether or not that interpretation is consistent with the code. And if the official doesn't agree, if it comes out different than what the official or the individual would like, that then can be appealed to district court through a special process that's also in the statute. If the city council decides that they don't like the outcome of any of this, they can just change the code, give directions to the Planning and Zoning Commission to change the code, and you have full authority to ask the Planning and Zoning Commission to look at that and make recommended changes for your consideration and then approval.
If we were to do that, how would that arise?
Give direction to the city administrator to take it to the Planning and Zoning Commission.
To Planning and Zoning Commission or ZBOA?
Planning and Zoning Commission for purposes of changing
Yeah.
the code.
Oh,
For
the
purposes
code.
of changing the code.
And one other clarifying question. Sorry, y'all.
No, it's all right.
But, obviously, if the building official makes a decision as to a particular permit, that can be appealed to the Board of Adjustment.
If it falls within the realm of zoning,
Zoning,
yes.
Okay. Take a step back from that. What the council here is saying, irrespective of any permit, this language is too broadly applied, or this language is too broad, we want to limit this language. The way to do that is to go back and change the ordinance.
Yes, ma'am.
We can't get an opinion or a legal opinion to say, we've been doing this incorrectly, this is the right way to do it.
Yeah, and
Without
there's
having
a
to-
no, you
Okay.
cannot. There's a variety of reasons for that. I'm not a planner. I'm not. If someone challenges the interpretation and takes you to court over the interpretation, I don't want to be. I'm not an expert witness as far as standard, planning practices and interpretations of planning codes. I have to call the expert to the stand, and that's typically going to be your planner or your zoning administrator.
Well, I move that here's my suggestion. That- I'm sorry?
This is fairly broadly worded, so you have some flexibility here.
Yeah. I think we have two options. One is to ask the city administrator, pass a resolution requesting the city administrator bring this up to planning and zoning and have one or two hot topics to bring up, separate and apart from a general review of the residential zoning code. And then are we ready to do that tonight, or do we wanna do that next month?
To ask them to go, does P and Z having a meeting in August?
They definitely could. I don't think they meet in the summer unless there's pressing items, and this, I would say, would
Well-
constitute a pressing item.
That and getting them started on looking at the commercial zoning issues for the comprehensive plan. I had planned to go bring that up at the last two meetings, but they got canceled.
Mm-hmm.
So I think
Councilwoman Brown,
yes.
I don't want to drag this out, but so you were mentioning the roof line. I'm just wondering, how do you have a roof without a eave or a cornice?
It's about as wide as that beam on the edge, flat as a board across, various piece parts
But I would
of
say
this
the
building.
underside of that is your eave.
Well, what I'm saying is, if you look at the roof design is just a flat structure. It's about, 12 or 15 inches thick. It's square on the ends.
Yeah.
It's,
But even if it's a quarter of an inch outside the wall, I would say that's your eave. I don't know.
yeah, I think you're with me. You're saying a roof's not an eve.
Well, I'm saying there has to be an eave or
And
whatever.
the eave is the underneath side of the roof.
Yeah, exactly.
Yeah.
Beyond on the outside of the wall.
Yeah. I don't think you can have a roof without an eave. And so when the language says the eave, I think you're covered. I mean, if you want to add
It
roof.
covers the eave. It doesn't cover the rest of the roof.
Well, the rest of the roof can't extend past what I'm calling the eave.
Yeah.
Well, if only the eave can go into the setback, then none of the roof can go into the setback.
I would agree.
Yes.
That's
Why I think the language doesn't allow some of the permits that have been issued. But then we've got the problem with enforcing that.
Yeah.
It needs to be clarified, and we need to have a limit on how
We need a
far you can extend beyond,
Right.
on what you can extend into the setback and
Into
how far it can go.
Yeah.
Agreed.
So,
And
and
the,
it sounds like we need to take that to the P and Z, so we need
Yeah.
to
And whatever
send
that
this to
is,
them.
but I mean, you cited the other codes by the other cities where they had like 3 feet or whatever, and I think all those sound relatively appropriate, But anyway.
Well, I have a motion.
So,
Okay.
before you, it's just been brought to my attention that it is also a possibility to have a joint meeting between P and Z and the council.
Huh.
If that's something that floats your
Okay.
boat. Not,
So that we're all communicating the same language.
Because we just love to have Rex.
I think that would be, good. good.
We're gonna make you suffer right here at the very end.
I don't know where we would have to think about how or where we do that, but there's another reason to.
We'll have
To
fun
remodel.
with that if you
You
don't
do it
have
as
to.
a workshop, or,
Just buddy you up and put somebody across from each one of you. Yeah. We'll figure that out. Anyway, that's just an option. You can take it into consideration. Okay, where are we? Is there a motion?
Brooke has a motion.
Would you restate the motion for the record?
Well, and I'm,
Move to request the city administrator have the planning and zoning commission change the code.
well,
No.
that's a good start. I would move that we direct the city administrator to request that the Planning and Zoning Commission take up two provisions of the residential zoning code, one being the definition of yard in 107-3, and the height, the definition of building height and the height ordinance in the residential portion of the code.
And in order to make sure to accomplish what I think you want to accomplish, could I suggest maybe you also include and the regulation of those?
And the regulation of those provisions.
Right. Not just the definitions, but how they're regulated.
Second.
You've heard the motion. Is there a second? You have a second from Ms. Hudson. You have a motion from Councilwoman Brown and a second from Councilwoman Hudson. Is there further discussion?
Do you need to amend this to also say something about the setback that you were just talking about?
It's technically, there isn't a set, it's covered.
The yard
It's covered
is
in the yard?
setback.
Okay, that's right.
Yeah,
Okay.
yard
Yeah,
is
it's
setback
very-
in the
Okay.
residential code.
Okay.
Is that
got
a
it.
legal term?
Yeah, very weird is a legal term.
Okay.
All right, further discussion. Hearing none, all those in favor say aye.
Aye.
All those opposed say no. Being 5 ayes, no nays, motion carries.
And then we also have a whole lot of other things that I want P and Z to take up as well. Probably not with the same sense of urgency, but right on its tail. And
Well,
so,
do we want to have a joint meeting with the city council and P and Z?
Well, my question for you, do you want to have a joint meeting on on this motion that you just passed? Or do you
well,
want
Brooke and I will be there most likely anyway, so the question is, do the rest of you wanna be there too?
I would like to be there.
And if anybody besides me and Brooke wants to be there, then we have to
We call
post
it a
it
joint
as a
meeting.
council meeting. Do we have to have a quorum of council?
Yeah,
Well, I
that's
guess
what I was
if we
about to
had
say.
3, that would be a quorum,
It would
so
be a quorum.
I didn't know if we.
Okay, well, if 3 of
had
you
have
want
a
to be there,
quorum.
we will plan.
If 3 of you want to be
Well,
there,
I
we
mean,
gotta
I'll
post
be
it
there
as
if I
a
can.
Okay.
joint workshop or a joint meeting.
I think that'd be good.
whatever you
Okay.
call it. If just 2 of you are there, as the liaisons.
Okay.
Sarah, are there what are the other, these are 2 real pressing matters. Are there other,
Well, yeah, I have this.
I know you have this whole list, but
I
I mean, in terms of the urgency, you don't wanna bite off too much at one time. You wanna get somewhere with,
Right, which is why those 2 were really probably the most critical. But kind of an extension of the yard setback one is like, what can you build in the setbacks? Or the easements or the
Well,
right of way?
I think the second motion might be something along the line of discussion with planning and zoning of the process for review of the residential zoning code in a comprehensive manner, something like that. Development of recommendations in the form of a comprehensive plan for the residential zoning code.
Or to
Maybe.
amend our comprehensive plan,
And then
right?
have that discussion and then hone down on what is important.
Yeah, because another one that I think is important is the change in topography. That,
but that's
Changing
part of
the
the height. I mean, that's all
No.
factored in.
Topography.
that's only part of height as it relates to the building. I'm talking about the yard also.
Oh, okay.
Because we have a lot of, and right now, the
retaining
drainage
wall,
criteria manual,
Right.
the drainage criteria manual has a restriction that you cannot change the elevation at the property line unless the city engineer says it's not gonna affect drainage. And they're allowing it all over the place. I think that has stopped absolutely no request to change the elevation of the property line. So we're getting a bunch of places where they're putting in retaining walls and then filling in and then putting a fence on top of it, and and that's, as far as privacy goes, that's a huge invasion of people's privacies when, you've got somebody's backyard and then their pool deck and their everything else is like peering over into their backyards. So that to me is another one that we need to look at sooner rather than later. Because that has a big impact on drainage too. And where the water goes and how that impacts the neighbors next door, so. So if we have a joint meeting, can we address the two items that we already have about the setback / yards and the building height? And then begin to look at a more thorough review of our residential building code?
What doesn't have to go?
The building code does not have to go.
So, yeah, I guess my preference would be, just so we post whatever you want correctly with P and Z, that you make some sort of motion to tell us what you want us to put on that agenda, even though you're gonna meet with them, so that it's ready to be addressed when you show up, as opposed to us
Okay.
guessing what you want.
Okay, so I heard under Charlie's breath, we don't have to do that for the building code.
No, ma'am, you didn't.
I need a description, an explanation, a clarification, whatever you wanna call it, on what is the difference between the zoning and the building code, because to me, all of this is building code. And zoning is whether or not it's commercial or residential or, hospital, so if you could explain the difference.
If it's section
that-
101, it's building code. If
You
it's
know,
section
that-
107, it's zoning.
No,
I
not
know.
adequate. I
So-
want a layman's description of what is the difference between the two, because I've also heard that we've got stuff in the zoning code that shouldn't be there and stuff that's in the wrong places,
I
so
think
it's
that's
like,
probably
what
true.
is the distinction supposed to be
Sure.
between those two?
So I'm going to read directly from the statute, and it's actually written in layman's terms.
Okay, good.
What's the quote?
211.003 of the Texas Local Government Code. Zoning regulations generally. The governing body of municipality may regulate the height, number of stories, size of buildings and other structures, the percentage of lot that may be occupied, that's where setbacks come in, the size of yards, courts, and other open spaces, population density, the location and use of buildings and other structures, that's the residential, commercial part of it, and land for business, industrial, residential, or other purposes. So that's what zoning regulations regulate. The building code regulates the construction of the building itself. So the plumbing, the electrical, the walls, how is that actually constructed? That's the building code.
Okay, so it sounds like this is all zoning stuff that we're trying to change, because I'm not trying to tell the builders how they nail the boards together. I'm just wanting to make sure that they put it in the right place and don't screw up the neighbor's drainage and don't block their view and that sort of thing, so. Okay.
All right, so was there a subsequent motion?
I move that we request planning and zoning to begin a assessment of our zoning, residential zoning ordinances for, recommended adjustments to add as an addendum to our comprehensive plan.
Right, you've heard the motion. Have we all heard the motion? All right, you've heard the motion. Is there a second?
Second.
We have a motion by Ms. Hudson, a second by Ms. Brown. Is there further discussion? Hearing none. All those in favor say aye.
Aye.
Opposed, say no. Being 5 ayes, no nays, motion carries.
Do we do a vote on taking the two items, height
Yes.
and?
You already did that.
Okay, we already did that,
Yeah.
okay.
So both of these items will be posted, will be sent to planning and zoning. And then since more than two of you would like to be present at that meeting with planning and zoning, we will post it as a joint meeting between council and planning and zoning.
Very good.
But it will be at the planning and zone, it will be on their schedule in terms of when they usually try to have their meetings.
Yep.
Okay, that was item number 17. We will now move to agenda item number 18. Discussion and possible action to review applications and make appointments to the Board of Adjustment. We do have one vacancy on Board of Adjustment, and have for some time. Ms. Hunley is back in town and has submitted an application. And I do appoint Wendy Hundley to the vacant position for the alternate position to the Board of Adjustment. And that is my appointment and your option to retain that appointment. And so I'll leave it to you all to do that or not.
I have a question.
Yes, ma'am.
In Ms. Hunley's application, she says her residence is 401 Vale.
Mm-hmm.
There's not an occupancy permit on that house.
That's correct. The historically, the residency has worked, and Counselor can opine on this more, but typically residency has always, and there's a great deal of statute or case law on this. It's where you consider your residency to be. I did check with Ms. Hunley to see if her homestead exemption has stayed in Rollingwood, and it has always stayed in Rollingwood. So
I thought that this new statute required that you have lived, any place you want to claim as a residence is a place you had to have resided. Isn't that in the new, the changes that were made this last session?
I have a vague recollection of a change to the definition of residency as applied to qualifications for office for city council, but I'm not aware of any other change. And I don't remember what it says, I'm sorry.
I think that's where it is.
Yeah.
That for any public office, if you claim a residence, if you claim as a residence a place where you don't currently actually live, you have to have resided at that residence.
Yeah, I can't remember what it says.
I don't know if there's a new, if there's something new on that, it's news to me, but I mean, I've always considered.
Is she currently residing in Rollingwood?
I don't know if she does or not. Yes, ma'am.
Yeah. Promise to be the last one. Well, I just wanted to bring up something, and again, I would like the attorney's input on this, because when we had the Board of Adjustment applications for years and years, it paralleled the requirement for running for office for the city council. So one of the requirements, and I have some copies here that I can give you all, but I can read this. You know, after it says I'm a United States citizen and 18, whatever, all that. Then it says, the last, section 5 says, as of today, have resided continuously in the state for 12 months and the city for 6 months. And just to bring it up to date, our discussion when a couple of people wanted to apply to the Board of to P&Z. In fact, you were on the council and made a phone call.
Yeah, it was Dave
and said, do you bathe and sleep in this residence? And it was not so. He was living in Austin.
Yeah.
So you said, come back and
Actually,
apply.
what I said was, you know, and he and I had a lot of other discussions about whether he claimed Rollingwood, because he had never lived in Rollingwood at the time.
Right.
And he had never had a homestead, so therefore he had never been able to have a homestead exemption or claimed that he had ever lived
Right,
in
right.
Rolling Woods.
But again, I don't know the differentiation between homestead and not, but the requirement says continuous residency for 12 months in the state and 6 months at that address.
Right.
So that's what the city council application says and our board of adjustment, the boards and commissions applications. So if you could clarify that, because otherwise there are 2 or 3 other people who had applied and maybe the homestead was not there. So they were building a home but couldn't apply and didn't get to serve.
Right.
And I think we should, in fairness, apply the same process.
Yeah.
Those
I
are,
feel like we
yeah,
have.
Yeah, and those are 2 different factual situations.
Okay.
One is a factual situation whereby the individual has never lived in Rolling Wood, and they're building a home here, and they don't live here, never have lived here. The second factual situation is where somebody has lived in Rolling Wood, they've got their physical residence in Rolling Wood, they still own their home in Rolling Wood, they leave for a temporary time period and then come back to Rolling Wood. All the case law says that residency is a state of mind. The main case on this, and I can't remember the name of it, but factually, someone wanted to run for office. They lived with their parents. They went to college. They went to college for 4 years. They got a job at the city place where they went to college, because they couldn't find a job where their main home was, where they lived with their parents, and they came back to run for, I think they came back to run for public office, and they said, I've been a resident of this city, even though I've been gone, because this is where I intended to return. And that's what all the cases say. That's the law. The statutory provision that was just referenced, I looked it up, it does apply to appointment or election to office. The Zoning Board of Adjustment is an office. It says, for purposes of satisfying the continuous residency requirement of subsection A5, a person who claims an intent to return to a residence after temporary absence, which seems to me to be applicable in the current situation, may establish that intent only if the person has made a reasonable and substantive attempt to effectuate that intent and has a legal right and the practical ability to return to the residence. So that's what the law says now. That's all subject to interpretation, but it's consistent with the case law that says residence is a state of mind. All you need is an intent to return. And by the way, the courts have also basically said that residency can only be judicially determined. So, whatever that means. It's a very slippery thing, this idea of residency.
And honestly, to not do it that way would mean if I go home tonight and my house is flooded and I have to move my whole family out while we remodel, I don't think the intent would be that I would need to resign my mayorship while I'm trying to fix the flooding in my home. At what point do you draw the line if you don't address it like this?
Yeah, and I mean, it was one of the first things I had to deal with when I first became a city attorney, and it was unfortunate because of a divorce, and there was no place for that council member to live within that district because there were no apartments within the district. They were getting a divorce, and the wife, and he had to leave the home, and so he had to rent an apartment in another district, but he was still a resident of that district because his intent was to return back to that district as soon as he was able to do so.
So, in the case of the election that's coming up now, and people are going to start, I guess, apply, the language in that says, 6 months continuous residency in the city.
This is what is applicable, what I just read.
Yeah, for city council.
Yes.
Okay.
Mhm.
So somebody has gone out and then come back, cannot apply because they haven't.
No, they can.
They can?
Yes.
This preempts that.
This
every
preempts
day of
that.
every day of the week.
Oh, so that application should be changed?
Well, I don't know. I
The
think
election,
it could be
what you have
clarified.
on
It
the
could,
website.
it could be clarified because the statute actually says have resided continuously in the state for 12 months.
Mhm.
The statute says the same thing that
Right.
the
and-
thing says. But the statute also says, because it recognizes that case law has interpreted residency as basically a state of mind and with an intent to return, that for purposes of satisfying the continuous residency requirement of subsection A5, which I've just read to you, a person who claims an intent to return to residence after a temporary absence may establish that intent only if the person has made a reasonable and substantive attempt to effectuate that intent and has a legal right and the practical ability to return to the residence. So the statute takes all these temporary absences into account for purposes of residency
So-
for appointment or election to office.
Okay, so now the application that's on the city website says that, and you have to sign that when you want to run for office? How does one, I mean, is that only for people who have homesteaded here?
No, it's only for people who have lived here previously and have left temporarily with an intent to move back.
So if that's not if that's not the person who's applying to run for office, in 5 days, I think the application process starts, right? So say resident A has been here for 6 months, satisfies the 12 months, but, goes away and comes back. So they miss that, right? I mean, how
they
would you still let that person apply? To run for
that's a
office?
really that's actually a different question, because
Yeah.
I personally wouldn't have a decision in whether or not they apply or not. The city secretary is the person under the statute who reviews the
Yeah.
application,
Yeah.
and the city secretary has no authority to make a decision as to whether or not that person actually is
Eligible.
a legitimate
Mhm.
residence. They have to take the application on its face.
Ah.
They have no authority to reject or deny based on, even if somebody came in and said, I know for a fact that person has not lived here for 6 months, they've only lived here for 5.
Yeah. Right.
The city secretary has no authority to reject the application.
Okay, got it, granted. So, I mean, we read about this, see on TV, people say,
I've
oh,
litigated
you were
it.
1 day short.
Multiple
No,
times.
I haven't run for office, and I'm an immigrant. I've got all this other baggage on me. Had to wait till I became a citizen to run for office. I'm very sensitive to this, okay?
yeah.
I'm not running again, okay? God. That's not what I'm talking about. I've been there, done it. I'm just trying to, okay, so is it the elections division that would look at it and say, or somebody brings?
No, somebody who's running against that person would have to bring a lawsuit
Okay,
challenging that
okay,
person's
okay,
residency.
okay, got it. Because
And
it's
there's
there
whole
for a
process
purpose.
for that too, under the elections code, under
Right,
that works.
right. I mean, Charlie, that's why it's there. It's the law.
Yeah.
And it can't be a state of mind when you're running for
Unfortunately, the
public office.
Texas Supreme Court, I think, has actually said it's a state.
Oh.
Well, I still think there was an amendment to that limited that so that you had to have lived in a place of habitation.
Yeah.
I'm
If
happy to
you
look
were
at it
a
again, Councilmember. I'm not aware of it. This is the only
Yeah.
one that I'm aware
I'll
of.
find it. I'm either mistaken or I'll find it and send it to you.
I do think this is,
And
Yeah.
I'll let
I
you know.
do think.
Yeah, because this is a recent change.
I think that's a reason.
Okay, one final thought is that I just wanted us to, when 2 different applicants for Board of Adjustments were denied, nobody brought up the homestead thing. The issue was, do you bathe, do you sleep in that residence, okay? And since they didn't, we asked them to put their application in abeyance until they did so. It doesn't jive with who we are as a community if we have, subject to interpretation, a thing that is a law, that you are a citizen or you're not a citizen. You have resided or you have not resided.
Yeah.
That's
You'll have
that's
to take that up
very-
with the former
what-
mayor,
Yeah.
because I don't know.
I'm
how
not
he-
an attorney. and
And my understanding of those facts was that they had never lived in Rollingwood ever. And the difference is that this particular person has lived in Rollingwood, has sat on the council, has a home here, still has a home here,
Yeah.
left temporarily with an intent to return, which under the law means she maintained her residence.
Yeah,
That's the difference between the two factors.
Again, I'm not picking on one particular person. I'm just that brought up those other issues, and I had to get that clarified.
Yes, ma'am. I fully
Especially the
understand.
citizenship part and the residency part, okay?
Yes, ma'am. I fully
So I guess your word is final, I don't know.
No, I rarely is my word final.
Can we
Very
put this
rarely.
on hold until next month? Can we look at this again next month?
No, I've made the motion. Y'all cannot, I mean, if you don't have to take action, and then you will not have retained the appointment, but, and then I could bring it back. I could try to reappoint her next time. This shouldn't be controversial, but.
Well, my only concern, I mean, and I had no idea if the law changed. I mean.
Yeah, I'm not questioning Councilmember Brown. The only one I'm aware of is the one that I just read.
Right.
It's
Right.
very, very possible there's another thing out there.
I'm aware of that, but I think somewhere else there's this provision that says, and I'll have to find it again.
But I mean, there's no scheduled BOA meeting coming up.
No, and this is an alternate
And
position.
it's an alternate position.
Yeah, it's
And
why
so I'm like, I mean,
yeah, no, there is nothing that should make this
You just bring
controversial.
it
There
back.
is nothing that should spur this level of dialogue or conversation about a former colleague and
I
council
know.
member. But with here, that's where we are. So if y'all choose not to retain the appointment this evening, I can try to reappoint her next month. It sounds
Well,
like
I
it's
just
gonna
think-
die on the
In
vine.
the interest of getting through the rest of the stuff, let's just bring it back next month and move on.
Sounds like a plan, or sounds like the only plan that I have to choose from. All right, we will move on. No action and no motion was taken on item number 18. We will move on to agenda item number 19. Discussion and possible action regarding the process by which, I'd like to take up, I'm going to offer you all an opportunity on 19 and 21 to go into executive session. So I'm going to skip 19 for now, and I'm going to go directly to item number 20 so that we can do 19 and 21 together. If you want to go to executive, we can do all that at the same time. So we'll come back to agenda item number 19, moving on to agenda number 20, discussion and possible action on an ordinance adopting a burn ban, and recognize Councilwoman Brown, whose agenda item it is.
Mayor and members of the council, I brought you a proposed ordinance last meeting to establish a burn ban. It was a little complicated. There were concerns. I've tried to address those concerns in an amended ordinance that's much simpler than the previous ordinance. It would prohibit outside burning, including welding, unless certain conditions were met during the time of a burn ban. It would trigger, burn ban would be triggered if the county initiated a burn ban or on action by the city council. If the county triggered a burn ban and we chose to remove the burn ban, it allows this council to meet and declare itself not in a burn ban, terminate the burn ban. So I've tried to address the issues that were brought here previously, and I offer for your consideration the proposed burn ban ordinance.
Yeah, because this has a penalty associated.
Oh, okay. Thank you, Councilwoman. I have something new to say, but let's first see if there's discussion, a motion, a second, that sort of thing, and we'll have further discussion.
I move approval of the proposed burn ban ordinance in agenda item 19.
You have a motion from Councilwoman Brown. Is there a second?
Second.
You have a motion from Councilwoman Brown and an olive branch second from
The best kind.
Councilman Robinson, clearly indicating work behind the scenes before today.
Which is totally legal if it was
Which
just
is
the
totally
two of
legal.
them.
Yeah, I didn't mean to imply anything else. I was complimenting the work together, the collaboration. So with that, is there further discussion? And I do have further discussion.
Big green egg at stake.
So it was just brought to my attention by our counselor that there is a penalty.
Yeah, there's a penalty associated with this.
and therefore it does require some notice. So talk to us.
Not for this meeting. After, if it's adopted, then it has to be put in the paper before it will go into effect.
Okay, just a notice and then effect. Okay, so
Sorry, I didn't.
my false alarm there. So do note that, if you would. Our city secretary, I know, is diligently working in the back. We'll need to get this posted and consult with our general counsel, or our city attorney, sorry, on how to go about that. Okay, you have a motion. You have a second. Is there further discussion?
One question that I just thought of. There is, fireworks are not addressed in here,
No, they are.
are they?
I
Any,
thought they were.
a prohibition on outdoor burning and/or fireworks.
Okay, there we go.
Line 22.
Okay, under county burn ban, okay.
Yes.
I didn't remember if that was in there, and I just wanted to make sure that we included fireworks, so,
Yep.
yes.
And I'll just help the rookie out. Sometimes the media goes back and listens to these, and you might not know it. Would you like to state some of the changes that were granted in this latest draft to accommodate some of the cooking provisions and that sort of thing that you were most worried about, Alec?
Sure, I think it's.
Lest you
if
get
I can pull it up.
misquoted on what is occurring here in the next.
I think that what made me happy about this this version was the, I guess, section 1091. Burn any that burn any combustible material outdoors, outside an enclosure which serves to contain all flames and or sparks, or order such burning by others. I think the enclosure part is what kind of got me comfortable with it. So.
And I will still be allowed to cook for the next 4th of July, so
Yes.
that I can cook some corn for Shanti. Okay, that's great. Any other discussion, council? Hearing none, you have a motion and a second. All those in favor say aye.
Aye.
Opposed say no. Being 5 ayes, no nays. Motion carries. All right, with that, council, I'm going to, let me think about this for a second. Okay, I'm going to pull up agenda item number 19 and agenda item number 21 at the same time. They're both personnel related, but different personnel. So with that, I will call up agenda item number 19, discussion and possible action regarding the process by which to select the chief of police, and call up agenda item number 21, discussion and possible action to approve an employment agreement with City Administrator Ashley Wayman. So we can do a couple of things here. If you would like to go to executive session on both of these items, we can do that. If you don't want to go to one of them and have the discussion here and just take care of it and check the box, we can do that. I'm at your disposal. You tell me what you want to do.
I'm gonna leave so you can meet here if you want.
Oh, thanks, Shanti. That is,
That makes it easy.
that does make it easy. That is,
I'm happy to
that
thank
is
you very much.
Good night.
spoken
Good
like
night.
someone with experience.
I think it's appropriate to go to executive session.
Executive session for both, okay.
Yep.
All right, then that's what we will do, and with that, we will move into executive session on item 19 and 21 at 11:42 PM.
Do we
Okay, City Council will come back to order in regular session at 12:26 a.m. I see my wife is stuck with us through thick and thin. Hello, honey. If you're still there, I'll be home shortly, hopefully. Okay, no action was taken in executive session on agenda items number 19 and number 21. And I will pull agenda item number 19 back up for regular consideration, discussion, and possible action regarding the process by which to select the chief of police. I had a good dialogue in the
And
in
no
executive
action was taken?
executive session,
Yeah.
and no action was taken.
He's gonna say
And I think, council, I'll let you opine on this more, but I think we're very pleased with the direction of the police department currently. We've got a great staff and some seasoned professionals who are doing a nice job. I'll point out, and we did discuss this, and Ashley, I'll get you to give me the exact dates, but I know that next month is when the chief of police, Chief Brady's resignation actually takes effect. Is that correct?
That is correct. I'm pulling up the exact date.
All right. So, council, I would suggest that in preparation, or that we be prepared next month to come back into session in our city council meeting and accept the resignation of Chief Brady. I think that's a formality that we need to do, and then move forward with some decision making on how we want to. August 13th is when that resignation actually takes effect. So it'll be right before our next council meeting. So my intent would be to bring that resignation before you for you to accept it, and then we can have another dialogue about how we want to move forward with our police department. So, any comments further on that?
Sounds good.
Sounds good.
All right. Well, you will see it again then on next month's agenda, and I'll visit with some staff between now and then as well. Moving on then past agenda item number 19, moving on to agenda item number 21, discussion and possible action to approve an employment agreement with City Administrator Ashley Wayman. This is back before us. No action was taken in executive session. And do we have a motion on this item?
I move approval of the employment agreement with City Administrator Ashley Wayman.
Seconded.
Are there any changes that you would like to see?
The one little typo.
I just wanted to see her face. I couldn't see it, but there is a typo in page 2 under G that it,
Maybe not a typo, maybe it's just a grammatical.
or a grammatical error
There you go.
that counselor has been advised of. We'll have that changed administratively. So you have a motion before you by Councilwoman Mayor Pro Tem Hudson. There was a second. Who was that?
Roxanne.
And Roxanne seconded that motion. Is there further discussion? Hearing none, all those in favor say aye.
Aye.
Opposed say no. Being 5 ayes, no nays, motion carries. Congratulations, Ms. Wayman.
Thank you, Mayor and Council. I am honored to continue serving City of Rollingwood. I really love it here, so thank you for giving me this opportunity.
We love having you here.
Yes, we do love having
Thank you.
Now you get paid.
Hey.
I'm pretty sure she was getting paid.
All right, is there a motion to adjourn?
So moved.
So moved.
There's a motion to adjourn. All those in favor say aye.
Aye.
Opposed say no. Motion carries.